a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Our members, item number 6, correction of votes and proceedings, and official report. I hold in my hand the vote and proceedings for Friday, 13th March 2026 for correction, page 1. Page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6, page 7, page 8, page 9, page 10, page 11, page 12, page 13, page 14, page 15, page 16, and 17. Honourable members, in the absence of any correction, the votes and proceedings of Friday, 13th March 2026 is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. Now let's turn to the official report of Monday, 9th March 2026. Honourable members, is for your correction. Any correction? Yes, Honourable Kinsley Nyako.
The Speaker, there is a minor correction on column 28 under 1, 2, 3, 4. I think 5th paragraph or so, where we have Mr. Frank Anodompe, Mr. Speaker. A while ago, the A and the while are separated. It should be one word. So it should be a while ago as one word. So if table of please can check that one. Then column 29, 2nd paragraph. So Mr. Anodompe, Mr. Speaker, then would you kindly grant him the opportunity to reframe his question there? I suspect it should be reframe his question then, not there. It should be question then, not there. Because if we keep the there, it wouldn't make much sense. So I suspect it was some typographical error, so it should be reframe his question then. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Table office, take note. Yes, Honourable Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, may I invite you to column 2, page 8, last paragraph. What I said was that we have allowed you, the minority, to ask all your supplementary questions. So allow Mr. Speaker to rule on this matter. Yes. So if it can be properly phrased, recaptured that way. So the last sentence under the paragraph bearing my name will read, we have allowed you, the minority, to ask all your supplementary questions. So allow Mr. Speaker to rule on this matter. Speaker, thank you.
You want minority to be inserted?
Speaker, it was a banter, but that was exactly what I said.
Very well.
Yes.
Table office, you may take note. Any further correction? All members, in the absence of any further correction, the official reports of Monday, 9th March 2026 is also adopted as the true record of proceedings. Yes, we now move to urgent question. Yes.
Speaker, with respect, just before we go to urgent questions, Mr. Speaker, you may recall that last week we brought to the attention of the House the disturbances in this recruitment into security services. Mr. Speaker, over the weekend, our constituents received notices on their phones that some should go for medicals. Mr. Speaker, I would want to plead with the majority leader, if, as promised by the minister, the process can be halted whilst the minister briefs us on this whole exercise. Mr. Speaker, according to the minister, 506,000 bought forms and 200,000 have applied for, have qualified for
Minority leader, let me
whereas
listen
we
to
have only 5,000 vacancies.
let me listen to.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, just a moment. So my concern is, even if 20% qualify,
let me listen to the former.
Mr. Speaker, these are matters for leadership. I don't understand why he wants to be a de facto leader. You have your leaders, and you want to rise on a point of order against a leader? Mr. Speaker, he should stop this. There are matters for leaders. No. Honorable member for, what's his constituency name? What's it? Doesn't it? Adaklu. Mr. Speaker, there are matters for leaders. He should, yes, because of his behavior, I've even forgotten about his constituency. Mr. Speaker, he should allow leaders to do their work. You come there and then you sit behind and you want to be what? You relax. Your leader has what it takes to respond to me.
Minority leader, I believe all members of the House, to a large extent,
I agree with you. Stay out
to a large extent, apart from having equal rights, learn from the leaders.
Mr. Speaker, don't go there.
So, if a leader is doing something and by the rules,
Mr. Speaker, for another leader to intervene. He is a backbencher. I told him to stay in leadership. Mr. Speaker, when they won, I told Kwame, stay in leadership. He says he wants to go to the ministry. So now your leaders are here. You allow them to respond to me. Mr. Speaker, all I'm saying is that according to the minister's records, 200,000 applicants have qualified for medicals. Meanwhile, he again disclosed that we have only 5,000 vacancies. My point is that until we iron out these challenges, if you allow all 200,000 to go for medicals, what it means practically is that after paying 1,600 each, because the medicals cost 1,600 Ghana cedi, it means that 200,000 are going for medicals with a legitimate expectation. Yet only 5,000 would qualify. Mr. Speaker, I won't belabor. All I am saying is that since the minister assured this House that he would come and brief us, can the whole process be put on ice so that, Mr. Speaker, we receive the briefing so that there is some clarity? But, Mr. Speaker, for 200,000 people to go and pay 1,600, where we know that just 5,000 will qualify, Mr. Speaker, it's going to be a huge problem on the unemployed youth who are already desperate. So, Mr. Speaker, it's a humble plea I'm making to the minister through the leader of government business to help in sanitizing this space. As it is today, if they start the medicals and they are paying 1,600, Mr. Speaker, the pressure is on all MPs. I was in Winneba, and the pressure on me, Mr. Speaker, I could not contain. And I'm sure Others are having the same problem. Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, there is recruitment going on for entry into the various security agencies and services. And indeed, large numbers of young people, male, female, across the country have put in their application, and the process is rigorous. Mr. Speaker, when sitting on this side of the chamber, I recall, I led several discussions in this chamber insisting that anytime there is recruitment, every young person must be given a fair opportunity. Every young person must be given a fair opportunity. I recall hauling the Minister for Interior, Honorable Ambrose Derry, here at that time. And he said that after the first year's advertisement, those numbers that they had constituted a database on which, for the rest of his tenure in office as the Minister of Interior, that was the database from which we drew and then gave people opportunity to join the security agencies. We promised every young person in this country that we will give them a fair opportunity. So, Mr. Speaker, what we are doing is simply giving every young person a fair opportunity. We could have just gone and gotten, our foot soldiers and just listed them and given them over the same way that the MPP did. But we are not doing that. We are not. We are not. We are giving every young person an opportunity. Now, if 500,000 and over people have applied, it shows the enormity and the problem of unemployment in this country that we need to fix, because all they are doing is looking for a stable job. That's what these young people want. They just want a stable job. And a job in the security agencies appears to them to be a stable job. It will earn them something. I know people who have degrees, have master's degrees, but have stepped down to come and use their SHS qualification just so that they can be eligible to apply. I mean, the situation must be desperate for a person with a master's degree, a first degree, to step down and come and use your SHS certificate to apply for a job when you have a master's. Such a young person has decided to take his chance. You can't say that if we allow him to go and then pay for medicals, afterwards there will be a problem. If you ask the young person today, should I allow you to go and pay for medicals and get to the last point, or I should save you from paying the medicals? He will opt to be allowed to go and do the medicals and get to the last point, hoping that he will be among the 5,000 that will be chosen. That's the dilemma that we are confronted with. Who are you going to say that the person should withdraw? Mr. Speaker, I've heard my friends on the minority side mention at press conferences that the Interior Minister should refund. Mr. Speaker, they did the same thing, advertised, people paid, and they never refunded 1 Ghana cedis to anyone. I have Hansard of this house recording proceedings here when Ambrose Derry was also hauled before this house and asked the same question about refunding to the young people. He did not.
He says it's a trap.
He reserved the money. At that time, about 35 million Ghana cedis. It is there. It's in the Hansard. So you cannot be discussing refund now. Let's discuss how we can fix the economy so that jobs can be created for all these young people.
If in the last 8 years, every year we're able to absorb 100,000 of them, we won't have the numbers that we're having now. In the last 8 years, if we're absorbing even small numbers,
the cost of the cathedral could have recruited.
the cost of the cathedral could have established businesses that will employ many young people. The cathedral, how much money didn't we spend? All the waste, the monies that were spent on COVID, if we had channeled those monies into finishing the one district, one factory initiative, can you imagine how many jobs would have been created?
The $29 million.
If we had spent that money finishing the Agenda 111, can you imagine how many jobs would have been created?
Yes.
111 hospitals across the country employing these young people. Can you imagine where we would have been in terms of job creation? If you had finished the Kwalugu tomato factory, would we be where we are? So please, let's stop what we are doing. We are confronted with a problem. Let's face it as a country and let's deal with it. And we in the NDC will deal with it. We will face it squarely. We will fix the economy. We will revitalize our private sector so that they will create jobs. Government alone cannot keep increasing its size beyond its capacity. So yes, only 5,000. It could have been 10,000, 20,000, but who's going to pay? Who is going to pay? Are we going to go again, taking loans, getting into huge debts, destroying the value of our city, destroying our reputation internationally, having our economy and finances declared junk? We can't go back to those days. It requires discipline and sacrifice. And this is where we are. So, the minority leader, for the minister coming to brief this house, I have no objection. This is the people's house. Anything concerning the people, the ministers who work for the people should come and brief the people. We can discuss it. But be careful what kind of stand you want to take, because whatever stand you want to take today, we will show you that yesterday you took the stand that we are today, and you had no problem with that. You can't all of a sudden overnight change position and say that, money should be refunded. How can money be refunded? Is that a solution? Is the young man looking for the money? The young man is looking for a job. He wants government to create a job for him. And that's what we must be doing, creating jobs. 200 Ghana cedis, if you refund it to him, what is he going to do with it? And why are you more worried about you funding people? Because it is obvious that you are not even concerned about the young people not getting jobs. You are concerned about the idea that they will come to you to ask for money to go and pay for medicals. Because that appears to be your primary concern, that the young people will be coming to you. Please, Winneba young people, don't go to him for money. Find your money and go and do your medicals. And give yourself a chance to be employed, to be recruited. Find your own money, because your MP is not willing to give you money.
Actually, he made IMF one debate. What's the debate?
Mr. Speaker, I have nothing more to add.
Honorable Minority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, just
is this going to be
no,
a
Mr.
banker?
Speaker, not a debate, but
I talk
Mr. Speaker, just
out of the blue. I give you the opportunity.
Sure.
I must take him also.
Mr. Speaker, that's fine.
So when
Mr.
I
Speaker,
give you a
please,
right to rebut,
Mr. Speaker,
will
I'm
I
not
go
rebutting.
back to him?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not rebutting, but I think this is a moment for leaders. Mr. Speaker, I have heard leader, but my key concern is founded in concerns by many members of this house, including he himself. Mr. Speaker, when a system does not offer certainty, it must obviously be reviewed. When a system does not offer clarity, it must certainly be reviewed. But if we would always go back and say, oh, yesterday something happened, it was not good, so we shouldn't talk about it. Mr. Speaker, then what is the essence of a reset? Your slogan is reset, and I'm saying that you are now asking 200,000 people to go and pay 1,600 Ghana cedi each, when in fact you have only vacancy for 5,000. It means 195,000 people, Mr. Speaker, are going to pay 1,600. Multiply that. And Mr. Speaker, in the end, the desperate youth will be frustrated. We, the MPs, they will come to us for money to go and do medicals that they will never get the opportunity to get recruited. So, Mr. Speaker, if the majority leader's response to me is that, in fact, something happened during MPP era, so we should shut up, I hear him. But on the issue about the Winneba youth, over the weekend, I have already told them. Oh, Mr. Speaker, that is the truth. It is on social media. I spoke. I told them that, look, what the minister said, the 200,000, if you go and pay for medicals, you are going to waste your money. I've told them. Yes, I've told them. I did. I told them. I am telling you what is already out there. Don't worry. So the tutorial from the minister, the majority leader, is nothing new. I told them that if you get a notice that go and do medical, don't go and waste money, 1,600, because you won't get a chance. Because you say you have only 5,000. Why do you have to go? Because that money plus your 220, it means that you are going to lose 1,800 plus. Your transport has not come. 500,000 people have already lost opportunity through this so-called AI aptitude test. Then another 200,000 being told that go for medicals, of which only 5,000. Then they are going to waste money. Already they are poor. They don't have money. Then they are going to borrow. I have told the Winneba youth that the system is not fair. So don't go and borrow money, go and do medical with the expectation that you will be considered. You will never get a chance. So if they go and pay money, it will be waste. So, Mr. Speaker, I've already told them, I don't want to carry the burden.
Kindly conclude.
Mr. Speaker, I would end it. It's a national issue that is affecting their own foot soldiers. But if the majority leader has this response for me, I have heard him.
Honourable members, an urgent question has been scheduled for the Minister for Energy and Green Transition. I will therefore start with that urgent question. I will therefore ask the Minister to take the designated seat as I call on Honorable Tanko Mustafa Amadu, Member of Parliament for Bia West, to pose the urgent question. Honourable Member, you have the floor.
Most grateful, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Energy and Green Transition what specific measures have been implemented to address the persistent power supply challenges in the Bia West constituency.
Yes.
Should I take it again? Oh, okay. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Energy and Green Transition what specific measures have been implemented to address the persistent power supply challenges in the Bia West constituency.
Thank you. Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, we received a request from the Honorable Tanko Mustafa Amadu on what he described as persistent power outages in his constituency for a very, very long time. Indeed, he indicated that this challenge has persisted for some time. ECG responded to him on the 28th of July 2025. The challenge the Bia West constituency in the Western region is served by a 33 kV Bonsu Nkwanta feeder. The length of that feeder to Bia is about 80 kilometers. And in the power sector, when you have such a long distance and you are supplying power, it becomes difficult. And so that is the problem we inherited as a government. And let me re-echo that. A 33 kV Bonsu Nkwanta feeder of about 80 kilometers passing through the forest creates a major challenge. And so we have a proposed solution. We want to construct and divert a 6-kilometer portion of the Benchema feeder between Insesemu and Elukrum. This intervention will minimize outages arising from vegetation cover, which always affects the line. Also, we intend to completely remove trees along portions of the feeder route to further reduce interference. This measure would require the active involvement and participation of residents along these sections of the feeder, and more especially from the Forestry Commission. And we've written to the Forestry Commission to seek approval from them to embark on this exercise. But Mr. Speaker, more importantly, a contract was signed with Mrs. MSA Engineering Works on 19th of January 2026 on my instruction. I insisted that the contract be signed, and I can confirm that the contract has been signed to construct a new 6-kilometer line to close the gap between Insesemu on the Bonsu Nkwanta feeder and Elukrum. When this is completed, it will serve as an alternative feeder to the Bia constituency using the 33 kV Benchema feeder, which is more reliable and reduce outages in Bia constituency ultimately. It will also sectionalize the 33 kV Bonsu Nkwanta feeder to primarily serve Bonsu Nkwanta. So what we are doing is that, Mr. Speaker, instead of taking the power from Bonsu Nkwanta all the way to Bia, we want the Bonsu Nkwanta feeder to feed only Bonsu. Then on completion of this 6-kilometer line, we then dedicate the other feeder to Nkwanta so that you have reliable, stable supply of power. Due to the nature of the vegetation, we requested assistance from the Bia West District Assembly, and I would implore the MP to support us so that together with the Assembly, we can fell 60 trees along that route so that the interruption and interference is minimized. The Assembly on 26 February 2026 wrote to the Forestry Services Division to seek approval for the felling of these trees to pave way for the new line. We are currently in discussion with the Forestry Services Commission. I've personally taken it up with the minister responsible for the sector. And so I can assure you, Honorable Member of Parliament, your government is not sleeping. We are working around the clock to deal with this hydra-headed problem we inherited. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Member, any supplementary question? No, Mr. Speaker, except to thank the Minister and His Excellency John Dramani Mahama for coming to our aid. Thank you.
Honorable members, this is a constituency-specific question. This is constituency. In Bia West constituency, the question even indicates that it's a constituency-specific question. Leader, on this occasion, give it to me that the question is a constituency-specific question.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to abuse the special privilege. I just wanted some clarity. The minister was talking about some reforms, that certain steps were being taken to ensure that electricity is extended to that part of the country. I just wanted the minister to be very specific, as to what exactly the ministry is doing to ensure that the persistent challenges in power supply is addressed. That was at the heart of the question.
That's exactly the measures the minister has enumerated. So that question is captured by the answer. So, honourable members, let's now move to oral question. The minister is also scheduled to answer some oral questions. So, whilst he is seated, I call on the honourable member for Kwadaso, Professor Kingsley Nyako, to start with the oral question number 304. You have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, thanks for indulging me to ask the Minister for Energy and Green Transition what processes the ministry has initiated to increase the green energy component of the ministry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Right, Honourable Speaker, we've launched key programs and activities aimed at accelerating the green transition agenda of Ghana as articulated by His Excellency the President. This includes a National Energy Transition Framework, a revised Renewable Energy Master Plan, a Renewable Energy and Green Transition Directorate, which ultimately will be hived off to form the Renewable Energy Authority as part of our green agenda. Recognizing dwindling external funding, we've established the Renewable Energy and Green Transition Fund with approval from the Office of the President to mobilize domestic resources and provide much needed financial support. We are also working on establishing the Renewable Energy Authority, as I stated, to strategically drive the development and growth of the renewable energy sector. We are implementing programs to boost renewable energy in the generation mix as well. Last year, we added approximately 80 megawatts, mostly from solar, bringing total installed capacity to 280 megawatts. In addition to this, there are key ongoing projects, which includes the 200 megawatt Dawa solar project, 100 megawatt Bui solar project, Sinon Asoglis 50 megawatt solar project, VRA's 30 megawatt floating solar project, and a 200 megawatt solar plus 1,000 MWH battery energy storage project. Mr. Speaker, what we are seeking to do is to advertise through competitive processes for 200 megawatts of battery energy storage to be constructed across the country, so that nighttime, when the peak demand is higher, we can inject this power into the sector. This will significantly expand capacity upon completion. The ministry is deploying solar in the water and agriculture sector to enhance access to domestic water using solar, but also for irrigation and agriculture in general. We are currently embarking on 2 pilot projects, one in the Savannah region and the other in the Central region. And based on the outcome of that project, this year we intend to roll that project on a mass scale. In 2025, the ministry also completed the rehabilitation of 5 pilot mini-grids in Pediakope, Kodokope, Aglakope, Atigagome, and Wayokope. The ministry also completed and commissioned 3 new mini-grids in the Alokwem, Afravi, and Aziziakwe Islands in the Adan East municipality. To accelerate the last mile identification, the ministry rolling out renewable energy-powered grid solar homes so that communities that cannot be connected to the national grid would also enjoy electricity. We are also working on the net metering and have also initiated the process to locally manufacture and distribute 1 million improved cook stoves in furtherance of our renewable energy agenda in partnership with Better Planet India. Under the World Bank program, we are also distributing additional LPG programs. Mr. Speaker, this year we'll be constructing solar parks where electricity powered or electric powered cars can charge their cars. And so we'll be coming out with an ally that will regulate how we set up charging points for electric vehicles, particularly encourage people to adopt solar when it comes to the charging of electric vehicles. Mr. Speaker, these are but a few of the projects that the ministry is currently pursuing in furtherance towards our agenda to promote renewable energy consumption in the country. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honourable Minister, for doing justice to the topic. My first supplementary question is how much has been generated by the Renewable Energy and Green Transition Fund? Thank you.
Well, this must come by way of a specific question, not to take the minister by surprise.
Yeah, because he mentioned
your
that
question is measures, processes the ministry has initiated to increase the green energy component of the ministry. But your supplementary question is how much has been generated?
I agree with you, but because he mentioned the fund, I thought
kindly
that
ask another question if you have.
I'll drop that one, so I do. Mr. Minister, I would like to find out from you the status of the Renewable Energy Authority. Any idea?
Yes, the Minister.
As we will form the committee to engage in stakeholder consultation, we need to do broad-based stakeholder consultation. The committee has made significant progress. I expect that this year will be done with the consultation. Then we go to cabinet, and from cabinet we'll come to parliament for your perusal and approval. We do not want to rush into passing that act or bill into act. We want to do proper work on it. And I'm sure that when we are ready, Mr. Speaker, we'll come to this chamber or this house for your approval. Thank you.
See, honourable members, let's get it right. Your question is processes the ministry has initiated to increase the green energy component of the ministry. And your supplementary question is the status of the Green Transition Authority. Let's all abide by the rules.
Mr. Speaker, at times, with respect, you create the impression as if we don't know what we are doing. He provided a response that as part of the measures, the ministry is establishing a renewable energy authority. It is part of it. So
yes,
if I go further to
your question is to the effect
Mr.
that
Speaker,
the processes, and he has come to enumerate the processes for you. So if your question were to be on the status, he would have prepared the answer on the status and come and give to you. I read Order 89 severally, that the word is not in relation to questions, in relation to answer, but it's in relation to the original question. Unless that is changed, supplementary question must be in relation to your original question.
Mr. Speaker, we always hear to you when it comes to the interpretation of the rules. But we all read the rules. We also have understanding. And with all due respect, without suggesting that you are wrong, I think that the question I asked and the response that he has given provides further strength to the answer. If we're establishing a renewable energy authority, and I go further to ask you, that what is the status?
We are having a differences in how we all look at Standing Order 89. The closing phrase is that, but the supplementary question seeking clarification from the answer must relate to the original question but not introduce a new matter. Now, the status of Green Transition Authority and then the measures that you are putting in place to ensure a component of green transition, is it one and the same question?
Mr. Speaker, the establishment of the authority is part of the measures.
Yes, but
It's
you are
part of it.
asking for the status.
So the status would then tell me what are the timelines, and he has provided the answer. So there's no need for us to split hairs over this, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I think that we need to look
Honorable Jerry Ahmed, let me hear you.
We need to look into.
Honorable Jerry Ahmed, let me hear you on the issue.
Speaker, I was just trying to talk to my colleague. And respectfully, I would hope that this is trashed out so that he can follow up with, if he has any other follow-ups, please. Thank you, Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to find out from my very good friend, the able minister, when are we seeing the completion of the key ongoing projects he has outlined in paragraph 3?
Yes, Minister.
We expect that by the end of this year, we will see some of them completed. As I speak, the solar irrigation projects are about 40% complete. So we are making progress. Thank you.
My last question is going to be on status, but because of the obvious response from you, I will not even ask that question. Thank you.
Yes, honorable members. Let's move to question numbered 670, standing in the name of Honorable Emmanuel K. Ntakuni, Member of Parliament for Peru West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Energy and Green Transition the plans of the Ministry to expand electricity connection in the following communities: Prime, Abua, Ajalajabi Poso, Faumai, Damankwanta, Abase, Konfokrum, Zabrama, Yapare, Benim, Cherambo, and Kamampa. Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the communities mentioned by my honorable colleague do not form part of any of the ministry's electrification projects currently ongoing, and that is in Peru West constituency. But the good news is that the Minister of Finance has agreed that we should undertake some special projects. This House approved 4 regions to commence with, but we made a strong case that beyond the 4 regions, we had some special areas that we thought we should consider from the regions that are yet to benefit from the rural electrification project. And so, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I would engage my colleague so that we can prioritize these towns and add them to the special projects so we can complete them. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Yes, any supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, I do not have any supplementary question, and I'm impressed with the fact that you will engage me and then we...
Honourable members, let's move to question numbers 392, standing in the name of Honourable Michael Kwesi Edu, Member of Parliament for Forikrum.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Minister for Energy and Green Transition what steps have been taken to investigate the claims of foreign trades and political actors manipulating the Lakan schedule, and how the ministry intends to safeguard the integrity of the petroleum supply chain in Ghana.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on assumption of office, we received an official complaint to the Office of the President from the Chamber of Bulk Oil Distributors, making serious allegations about how the Lakan allocation has been manipulated and unfairly handled. The President wrote to me as Minister. I established a committee to investigate it. Following the establishment of the committee, I constituted a Lakan allocation committee with reps from Seaboard, with reps from BOST, with a rep from the ministry, and 2 reps from the NPA. And so I took it from one individual deciding how the Lakans are allocated to a committee with this representation. And so far, I can assure you that they've been working very well. It's brought about fairness. Last week, I had meetings with the stakeholders, and they expressed satisfaction with the way the Lakans are being handled. But the next step is that we want to legislate this whole Lakan allocation process. We've already taken a new MPA bill, which could not pass in the last Parliament to Cabinet, and we've made that insertion to legislate and regularize Lakan allocation. And so I'm sure that once that comes to this floor and it is approved, it will even bring much more certainty, more clarity to the Lakan allocation schedule. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Any supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Minister, I want to find out the specific findings, if any, that the Petroleum Downstream Sector Reform Committee uncover regarding the alleged manipulation of the Lakan schedule, and whether the committee's report will be made publicly available for scrutiny. Thank you.
The statistic findings. Specific, very well, very well.
Yes, because one of the key findings was that even after the Lakan schedule is published, it was subject to too much frequent changes and interruption. And so as part of the mandate, I directed that when the Lakan is published, nobody can change the Lakan schedule unless the committee seeks express approval from the minister. For almost 1 year now, there's been no need for them to write to me to seek that kind of express approval to change the Lakan schedule. That brings about certainty, it brings about predictability, so that people can plan how to source financing and deliver the Lakan. On the committee report, it was for my decision making. But if this House directs that the report should be made available, I'll comply with Parliament's directive. But so far, I think that all the industry players have seen the report, and the report speaks for itself. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Any further question?
No.
Very well. We move to question number 462, standing in the name of Akwesi Jempi Onyina Achampong. Yes.
Grateful, Mr. Speaker. I have the authorization.
Please do.
Mr. Speaker, I come under Order 92 of the Standing Orders to seek your leave to withdraw question number 462 in the name of Akwesi Jemfi Onyina.
Leave accordingly granted.
I'm very grateful.
We then move to question number 463, standing in the name of Anthony Imie, Member of Parliament for Lutobri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Energy, Green Transition, when the ministry would release supplies for the completion of electrification projects which have come to a standstill since December 2024 in the following communities within the Amansia Central District: Sabe number 1, Sabe number 2, Manfo, Udumto, Adriasi number 1, Adriasi number 2, Mile 18, Amanfo Enieu, Ntriaso, Sudantua, Awrasa, Eduntia, Yaokla Krum, Ntontum, and Apam.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
you repeat that? Mr. Speaker, survey number 1, survey number 2, Manfo, Odunfu, addressing number 1, addressing number 2, mile 18, Mchasu, Sundatwa, Awurasa, Aduntia, Yao, Krakrum, Ntontum, and Apao communities forms part of the Ministry's ongoing electrification projects in the Amansie Central District, or what others call Odotobri constituency. Some of the low voltage and high voltage poles required for the electrification project in the aforementioned communities have been supplied already. The balance, being 249 LV poles, are yet to be supplied to the project contractor for installation at some of the communities. Tuntumso, Tuntumu, Apaho, and Yao Krakrum communities are located under existing LV networks. LV poles for Tuntumu are yet to be supplied, whereas parts have been supplied to Apaho and Yao Krakrum, and the LV networks partly executed. Work at Awurasa are, however, yet to commence. The delay in the execution of the electrification projects in these communities are as a result of shortage of some key materials, including LV poles. The ministry has, however, taken steps to procure this much needed material. And I want to assure my good friend that we expect that before the end of this year, we'll complete these projects based on the schedules that we have. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Any supplementary question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Minister, for your assurance regarding the completion period of the said project. Now I have two supplementaries. My first one is, can you be specific and provide this House with timelines as to when the 249 LV poles, together with the accompanying accessories, will be made available for the completion of the project?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with law as passed by this House, we've secured commencement authorization. We've written to the Public Procurement Authority, but we want to do it through competitive process. We are not doing sole sourcing. And so it will be very, very difficult when you are going through such processes to give timelines. But no, we are not sole sourcing for this very project. What we intend to do is to open it up. And I can assure you that once we are through, we'll prioritize these communities and get them sorted out. And that is why I said that I'm very, very hopeful that before the end of this year, these communities will be connected. So in terms of timelines, I can comfortably say that by the end of the year. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Member, any further supplementary?
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Now, Minister, with your assurance that you've just given me, would that be different from the LV poles and accompanying accessories to be supplied to Apahon, Tontom, and Yao Krakrum?
Mr. Speaker, we intended to do that under the process that I mentioned earlier. Mr. Speaker, under your leadership and under your guidance, and with the relationship we've developed, I would appeal to my friend, if it suits him, tomorrow I would like to have a meeting with you and my technical men. Even if we have some few polls, we can prioritize and release them whilst we go through the other process. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Grateful, Minister, you shall live long.
Honourable members, question number 541, standing in the name of Issa Salifu Taylor.
Takwa Nswaim.
Thank you, the right honorable speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Energy and Green Transition when the ministry will provide additional transformers to Takwa Nswaim to replace the 33 damaged units due to overloaded transformers.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I alluded earlier, we have about 1,000 transformers across the country experiencing some overloads. So far, when we inherited government, the briefing I got showed that we needed to work on about 1,000 transformers. We've been working on them and we've made significant progress. And recently, I did announce that by the end of this month, based on the competitive process that ECG is going through, we would go into the second phase of mass-scale replacement of these transformers. And these are some of the challenges that the Takwa Nswaim constituency is experiencing. And so the main problem there has to do with some transformers that are experiencing overload. And while certain communities are experiencing these overloads, I just wish to clarify that the briefing I have indicates that currently there is no damaged transformer awaiting replacement in Nswaim. Rather, what we are working on is to replace or add transformers to the current transformers. And this time we are adding much higher capacity transformers so that they can stand the test of time for a long period. The only faulty transformer within the district is located at Nkwanta. Affected customers have been temporarily transferred to adjacent healthy transformers to ensure continued service. And that is what we do. When we realize that a transformer is damaged, we transfer the customers onto alternate transformers so that they can continue to enjoy power while we work on the damaged transformer. At present, 33 kV rated transformers required to relieve the overloads are being procured. We also wish to assure the honorable member that once these transformers, we take delivery of the transformers, we would prioritize your constituency and work with you to inject new, strong, high-capacity transformers to address this challenge. And like I said, ECG is currently undergoing a procurement process to acquire and install these 33 kVA transformers. Mr. Speaker, just to add that the current MD indicated to me that he needed to do an open competitive process to establish the base price. He wants to do a competitive process to establish the base price. When he establishes the base price through competitive process, subsequently, even if he has to do sole sourcing, there would have been a reference point for him to negotiate for better terms. And so far, we are making progress on that. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Any supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, I'm okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. And I will do my best to collaborate with your ministry to make sure that we do a proper follow-up for my constituent to benefit from.
Honorable members, we move to question number 626, standing in the name of Nelson Kofi Jaba, Karachi East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I rise to ask the Minister for Energy and Green Transition when the following communities in the Karachi East municipality will be connected to the national grid. The communities include Ativikope, to Mikope, Pai Old Town, Sikape, and Atafiam.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Tomekope, Pai Old Town, and Atiafiam are not yet part of our current ongoing electrification programs. The Ministry will, however, engage the Member of Parliament to consider these towns because Parliament has approved the rural electrification project for 4 regions. And I know that Oti region is part of it, and so we wouldn't have a problem. Volta region is also part of it. And the objective is to achieve universal access towards electrification. So I can assure him that once these towns have come up, this is the right time. We'll take them up and include them in the list. Meanwhile, we are currently implementing the electrification of 25 communities in Karachi East, including Cement, Benagma 1, Chinokope, Mimpiasem, Mipekope, and Antonkope. So you can be assured that these 25 are ongoing. The other ones that are not part will certainly be captured as part of the ongoing electrification project that we want to roll out. Thank you.
Any supplementary question?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm okay with the explanation or the answers provided by the Minister, and I'm so grateful to him.
Very well. This is also
no
constituency specific. We move to 651, standing in the name of Honorable Kofi Ako-Nokwe.
Yes. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I rise to ask the Minister for Energy and Green Transition when the gas rebottling plant in the Evaluate Ajomrojura will be completed.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the LPG bottling plant at Axim in the Elembele Ajomoro Gwera area of the Western region is an EPC project being implemented by a company whose name is in the Hansard on behalf of Ghana Gas under the National Cylinder Recirculation Model Program. The project is valued at an estimated $24.7 million. It was awarded on 19th October 2021, and construction commenced on 13th July 2022, with a target completion date of July 2024. However, on assumption of office, the project had not been completed, and an amount of $8 million had been expended already, with about 20% completion of procurement and site construction work. I personally invited the board to inquire from them what was holding the work. Although the board indicated that a front-end engineering design had been undertaken, key market and feasibility studies for LPG sourcing, which is a key requirement for the factory, and sales had not been conducted prior to the award of the contract. Consequently, the board has initiated a detailed review and audit of the project and commissioned independent market and feasibility studies, which is expected to be completed by the end of the second quarter of this year. These studies, when completed, will be submitted to the minister. Upon receipt of this report, we will then be informed, and from an informed point of view, we would make a decision on how to proceed with this project. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Any supplementary question?
Very much, Right Honorable Speaker. First of all, right, Honorable Speaker, for the records, I want to correct the records that it is not in Elamble, but in Evalue Ajomojura. And also to celebrate the minister for his passion about the transition, especially the use of gas. But right, Honorable Speaker, I visited the site. I've seen the investment that has been made so far and the deterioration that is happening. And with an investment of almost $8 million already injected.
Honorable member asks a supplementary question.
Would the Honorable Minister be kind enough to give some assurance on the timelines and confirm his commitment to seeing to the completion of this project to serve the purpose for which it was initiated?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, he has my assurance. Thank you.
Yes, any further supplementary question?
Very much, Honorable Speaker. I take his words. The minister, I know, is a nice gentleman.
Ask supplementary question.
And that we take his assurance. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Members, let's move to question number 653.
Mr. Speaker, I have a question now.
On the constituency specific.
With respect, Speaker, you know, gas cylinder recirculation is a national issue.
Please ask.
Yes. So, Mr. Minister, if you look at the answer that was published in the other paper, the answer says something, and I didn't hear you read that part. I don't know whether it was omission. It says that after the end of the 2024, approximately 8 million had been expended with progress, including 100% completion of the site works, 80% completion of detailed engineering works. You of course, you spoke about 20% completion of the procurement and construction. I want to find out whether this information was brought to your attention or it was just an oversight when we were reading it.
That is his answer, which he read to the House.
Mr. Speaker, when I'm answering the questions, sometimes I do not read verbatim. If I intend to read verbatim, I may sound boring. So I go to the crux of the matter, and that's why I said 20% completion of procurement and site construction works. Because what you talked about, if you don't do that 100%, you cannot begin to construct. You need to prepare before you start constructing. So once I say 20% of construction, there is assumed that the initial work that you need to do, which is 100%, which allows you to construct. But if it's the will of the Speaker that I should always read everything verbatim, I will do that, because these are my answers that I provided to Parliament. Thank you.
Our members, question number 653, standing in the name of Sanja Nanja, Member of Parliament for Atebubu, Amantin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Energy and Green Transition what measures the ministry is implementing to deal with the shortage of electricity meters in the country.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when we assumed office, particularly for 2024, even though the ECG board approved about 3 billion for the award of contracts, more than 9 billion was awarded for contracts, including the supply of meters. And previously, there have been similar awards. So it led to a choke, particularly when I insisted that we should implement the cash waterfall to its letter. It means that the revenue ECG was receiving as a portion of its cash waterfall allocation was not enough. So some of these meter manufacturing companies who had been given huge contracts could not meet that demand. So we've done a review, and now we've reviewed ECG's money from the initial 300 to an amount of 360 million cedis per month. Not only have we increased it, we've now indexed their collection to a percentage of the total collection, to give them the incentive to collect more. So if ECG wants to get more than the 360 million, then they have to work very hard and collect more, because the more they collect, the more they get. But I can assure you that following that intervention, we are beginning to see much more meters being released into the system. And I can assure those without meters that in the coming weeks, we would have a lot more meters to distribute, except that we want to be strategic and not to be wasteful. But we are on course, and the meters will be made available. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Any supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, thank you once again, and I thank the Minister for very elaborate answers that he has given to the question. Thank you.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, in the Honorable Minister's response on paragraph 2, he said that an adequate number of energy meters have been procured. I'd like to know from him if he knows the net deficit of energy meters in the country, if you have any information on that. I'm talking about the gap. You procured adequate numbers. It tells me that there are some outstandings, and I'm asking if you know the gap.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I would appeal to my good friend that I would need to get the accurate numbers, because this is a house of record. And once you are asking for numbers, when you have about 6 million customers, the numbers keep changing. So I would plead with him that if I'm given time, I'll get all that records and ferry it through your office to him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
See, all members, is for a stated reason. That's why there is a limit to what you can ask by way of supplementary. If the minister should extempo provide the answer and it turn out not to be correct, then it means the minister mislead the entire house. So some of the questions should have been specific questions for the minister to prepare and come and answer. Yes, Honorable Jerry Ahmed, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just a follow-up. I just want to find out from the minister if the meters that are coming in are the meters that will not be of the Usain Bolt quality, that will be consuming our electricity within the shortest possible time.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with best practice and standards, all meters procured are tested. And there's a facility at the Standards Authority dedicated for meter testing. And so I can assure you that these meters are of high quality, they meet the standard, and they will do the job that they ought to be doing. So I can assure my honorable colleague that these meters are meters that meet the standards of the PURC, they meet the standards of the ministry, and they meet the standards of the Energy Commission through the Ghana Standards Authority. Thank you.
Yes.
Speaker, is it the case that the minister is unaware of complaints about some of these meters which are already in circulation, that people are complaining about that they consume electricity more than they are expected?
Well, you may ask a specific question.
Very well, Speaker. I agree. I thought that is a man very well versed, so he may want to take advantage, but I agree.
Yes, Honorable Richard Achampong.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. I want the Minister to give us some great assurance, because, Mr. Speaker, people want to enjoy electricity. If meters are not supplied, it comes with illegal connectivity and the rest, and we are losing a lot of resources.
Honorable Deputy Whip asks question.
So my question is, Minister, in especially Greater Accra region and in Greater Kumasi? When are we expecting to get full supply of meters?
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, like I said, this year we've reprioritized ECG's procurement. Mr. Speaker, whilst in 2024, about 9 billion was spent in procurement, largely on cables. This year, ECG's budget is 1.8 billion as compared to about 9.3 billion. And of that 1.8 billion, we've prioritized 2 items, transformers and meters. And so let me assure my good friend, like I said, next month we'll start mass-scale rolling out of transformers. Within that same month, we should see a lot more massive injection of new, standardized, accurate meters following up, because that is how we can also ensure that there's guaranteed revenue for investment. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable members, having exhausted all questions scheduled for the Minister, I am on your behalf expressing our sincere gratitude for attending upon the House to respond to those questions. Minister, thank you for coming. You are hereby discharged. Honourable members, question time is ended. We then move to item 9, statement. Honourable members, the first statement on the order paper is standing in the name of David Sansa Opoku, Member of Parliament for Mpraiso, and Dr. Abednego A. Lamajin Bandin, Member of Parliament for Bunkuruku. Honorable Opoku, is he around?
Speaker, he sought permission, so it's not. But I thought it was a joint statement.
Honorable Abednego, yes. Are you around?
Speaker, we can take.
Yes, so once both are not around, I will ask that the statement be captured by the answers in their respective joint names. B is Isa Atta, Member of Parliament for Samarego. Atta Isa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make a statement on the opportunities for trade facilitation within and among African countries, the challenges, weaknesses, and the way forward for Africa. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a statement on the opportunities that exist for trade facilitation within and among African countries, the challenges and weaknesses confronting us, and the way forward in strengthening intra-trade African trade for the benefit of our people. Speaker, trade remains one of the most powerful engines for sustainable economic growth and development. In recent years, Africa has taken bold steps towards deepening economic integration, most especially or notably through the establishment of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, whose secretariat we are proud to host here in Accra, Ghana. Thereafter presents an unprecedented opportunity to create a single market for goods and services encompassing over 1.4 billion people and a combined GDP exceeding $3 trillion. Mr. Speaker, indeed, if effectively implemented, it will not only boost intra-African trade, currently hovering around 15% compared to over 60% in Europe, but also foster industrialization, job creation, and shared prosperity across the continent. Mr. Speaker, permit me to kindly outline some of the opportunities Ghana in particular, and Africa in general, stands to benefit when we deepen trade among ourselves. The opportunities are vast. 1, increase market access for Ghanaian and African products. 2, reduce cost and time of doing business through streamlined custom procedures and modernized infrastructure. 3, enhance competitiveness of African businesses in global value chains. And 4, promotion of regional value addition, ensuring that African exports more finished goods rather than raw materials. However, Mr. Speaker, there remain significant challenges and weaknesses that threaten to undermine these opportunities. Key among them are the inadequate infrastructure, including poor road networks, rail and port networks, which rise the cost of trade and delay movement of goods, cumbersome customs procedure and non-tariff barriers, which discourage cross-border trade, limited access to trade finance, particularly for small, medium-scale enterprises, lack of harmonized standards and regulations across member states, and low levels of industrialization, which limits Africans' ability to produce value-added goods. Mr. Speaker, to overcome these bottlenecks, Africa must take collective and coordinated approach. I wish to propose the following way forward for African countries to adopt. 1 is to deepen policy harmonization across African states to simplify trade regulations and reduce duplications. 2, massive investment in infrastructure, both physical and digital, to ease connectivity and logistics across borders. Speaker, strengthening institutions responsible for trade facilitation, including customs, standards, authorities, and border agencies. 4, capacity building for SME, particularly women and youth entrepreneurs, to enable them to access continental markets. 5, leveraging technology and digital trade platforms to ensure transparency and efficiency and inclusion. And 6, political commitment and accountability at the highest level to ensure the full and fair implementation of AFTA protocols. Mr. Speaker, with what is going on in the geopolitical world, Iran, Israel, and the rest, it is important for Africa to develop new trade rules for us to take advantage of our trade integration. Mr. Speaker, Ghana, as the host of AFTA Secretariat, carries a special responsibility to champion these reforms. Let us therefore align our national trade policies, infrastructure investments, and private sector development strategies with a broader vision of a prosperous, self-reliant Africa that trades more with itself and less dependence on others. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the facilitation is not merely economic agenda, it is a human agenda. It is about jobs for our people, dignity for our farmers, artisans, and empowerment for our women, and hope for the millions of Africans seeking a better future. Let us therefore seize this moment to strengthen African trade facilitation and make the dream of the continental economic integration a living reality. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honorable members, in view of the fact that we have 13 statements to take, how many comments?
Mr. Speaker, we can do one inclusive of leadership.
In addition to leadership, or how can one be inclusive of leadership?
Yes. So
in addition to leadership.
Yeah. No.
Very well.
If you are not speaking, any member can contribute so that he is not ready to speak. I know where he's coming from. Today he's tired.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, you asked him a very simple question, and he's deviated. But, Mr. Speaker, it's 1-1. If leaders want to take it up,
then they can take their test. Well, all members, before we begin with the comment, you are all reminded of Order 93.5. I am not the timekeeper, and once your time is up, your microphone will cease. So now the floor is open. I've seen Haji Aladi. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the statement ably made by my colleague on trade facilitation, not only in Ghana, but the whole of Africa. Mr. Speaker, the issue of trade has been a long-standing problem, especially when it comes to women. Mr. Speaker, take even Ghana. Within our own country, when our women are doing their businesses, they have a lot of issues on the roads, being stopped here and there by officers who are supposed to know, and being searched. We have had so many complaints, and I don't want to be so direct in saying that, with officers requesting monies from the poor women who are just running around trying to sell 1 or 2 things in order to keep up their families. This is the beginning, because these are women who just trade just but a little to support themselves. Mr. Speaker, let us take West Africa before even we go to Africa, and for that matter, the ECOWAS community countries. Mr. Speaker, it's very disheartening when you go to most of the borders and you see what is being done to people, more specifically, and I'll emphasize again, women who are trading across borders. Mr. Speaker, no proper washrooms, and yet women are kept at borders for not less than 2-3 days, sometimes, waiting for their goods to be cleared or whatever they call it before they are able to continue, which is very, very bad, very devastating. Mr. Speaker, I happened to go to Côte d'Ivoire, and we went on inspections of our borders and to see how businesses were going on. And when we went to the Elubo border, it was very bad. The women, I can't even describe it, because the way they were lying everywhere, sitting anywhere, and waiting for their goods to be cleared, as they have said, it was just horrible. Mr. Speaker, as a point, I myself, not any other person, and I will say it here without any reservation, I wanted a place to wash down, just a washroom for myself. And it was quite very bad. The officers themselves didn't even have a place, not to talk of myself. Mr. Speaker, it's very bad. Our officers need to be given continuous training to ensure that they allow free flow of businesses. Mr. Speaker, countries need to engage. If we are saying it's ECOWAS, West African states or countries, I do not see why we should have those problems. Mr. Speaker, in Africa itself, if we take Africa generally, the issue of even visas, it is now that we are hearing some countries coming up and trying to give visa-free entries. How do you do business when you don't have a visa to cross to other countries where you need certain goods? And if you come to your own country, for instance, Ghana, our border points, our airports, up till now, Mr. Speaker, there was an issue that came and I asked the question about meters, the meters that we use to get our electricity so that people can be linked or can be connected. The issue came up that we had meters stuck somewhere because taxes had not been paid or duties had not been paid. I asked the question, what are you telling me, government on government, the people need the meters, and yet they are stuck somewhere, and you are telling me that they haven't paid taxes? Mr. Speaker, there is a whole lot. There's a whole lot, and we need to go back to the drawing table if we think that, or the drawing board, if we think that there are issues that need to be regularized or clarified so that business can take place. Because even rice, when you buy rice from Pusga and you are coming to Accra with it, local rice, paddy rice, someone will stop you on the way and tell you to pay something before you go. You'll be surprised to see someone telling you that we are families at home. If you are families at home, and so all these things are leading to a lot of things that demoralize our women, especially, and the youth. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to support and then to say we need to take it up as legislators and ensure that the right thing is done.
Honorable Haja, unfortunately, your time is up. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yes, Honorable Member, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to comment on the brilliant statement made by my colleague from Sanarigu, Honorable Atta, on the opportunities for trade facilitation within and among African countries,
challenges, weakness, and the way forward in relation to AFTA. Mr. Speaker, even we, Ghana, are privileged and it's historic for us to host the AFTA headquarters. Mr. Speaker, AFTA is putting Africa into a single integrated market of over 1.4 billion people. Mr. Speaker, AFTA is not just a trade agreement. We should know that it's a pathway for industrialization, for value addition, for job creation, and economic resilience. Mr. Speaker, we talk about economic resilience because we have been on this continent where COVID happened, and we saw how fragile Africa's economy was. After COVID, there was the Russia-Ukraine war, and we also saw how fragile the economy was. The only war that is not going to affect our continent is the Israel-Iran war, which we don't want to hear, that is going to affect our economy. Mr. Speaker, it will not affect our economy because of how far Israel and Iran is from Africa. Mr. Speaker, I'm being mindful of Order 93.5. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of opportunities with AFTA. Mr. Speaker, it's an expansion of our intertrade Africa through tariff reductions. Mr. Speaker, we are also going to develop our regional value chain, maybe in agro-processing, manufacturing, and services. Mr. Speaker, AFTA is a good opportunity for Africa because it's going to attract investment and also growth in digital trade through harmonized systems. Mr. Speaker, but as Africa, we are not taking advantage of this. As Chinua Achebe said in his book in 1983, that what is the Achilles heel of their nation, Nigeria, by extension to Africa. And he said in his book that the problem is about leadership. The problem is about leadership. Mr. Speaker, we have about 55 countries in Africa, and the total GDP of these countries is less than the GDP of Germany. It's less than the GDP of Japan. And this is making our economies very, very weak. Mr. Speaker, up to now, if AFTA in operation, we still don't have a single card for Africans. So capital is not kept in our continent. Most of the cards that we use are either Visa, MasterCard, that is controlled by foreign countries. It is time for Africa to also have at least an Afro card that all of us are going to use to keep capital in our continent. Mr. Speaker, the maker of the statement also mentions the challenges that we face with our trade. Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of bottlenecks in Africa. Mr. Speaker, even if you have a partner, a business partner in Nigeria or in Niger, and you want to go by road to visit your supplier in Niger, Mr. Speaker, if it's a 10-member committee that is going to Niger, I don't think all of you will go and come back with the same number of 10.
Yes, minority leadership.
Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to commend Honorable Issa, who's been a very forceful guy when it comes to issues of trade and finance. Speaker, AFTA is the most consequential economic development in post-independence Africa, and we are squandering whatever possibilities or opportunities we have with AFTA. Speaker, a single market of 1.4 billion people, a combined GDP of $3.4 trillion, and the potential to boost intra-African exports by 109%. These are not mere statistics, Speaker. We are not just here to cite them, but this is the mandate that AFTA has. And if we are able to put our efforts and resources together, intra-trade should be one of the very important things we should benefit as Africa. Speaker, secondly, we also need to break away from this colonial trap of raw material extraction. All we are noted for doing largely is that we give the raw materials, and then the raw materials are sent out there, and the kind of benefit we are supposed to get from the raw material production itself, we don't, because all we do is that we extract, send them out, and they turn out to be something that we rather go and buy. Speaker, you can buy chocolate here in Ghana, and when you get to Skipo and buy the same size of chocolate, and the amount you end up paying, and even the taste of the chocolate, there's no way you can say that the one in Amsterdam largely is better than that of the one we are consuming and producing here. But what is happening? There is this understanding of this colonial thinking, and that everything we are getting should come from outside. And that is when it happens like that, then we believe that we are taking it from the right source. It's because somebody produces a certain medication here in Ghana, that medication is not seen as the best. Because first of all, you are even buying it very cheaply. There was a conversation yesterday about somebody buying some medication for massage, and that was 15 cedis, and the kind of work the medication did for the person. Just because the person bought it here in Ghana, originally didn't believe that that medication could be of a very stronger effect and the results could be better. And this is it. It's because we have not departed from that colonial thinking. The need for us to have solid industrialization and to know that even with that, there is a corresponding effect of creating jobs. Speaker, that is why we need AFTA, and also to believe that the architecture now in place is for us to take advantage of same. Let us depart from always believing that the colonial master is the best person. Speaker, the digital trade and fintech are Africa's fastest growing economic frontier, and we are not prepared to take advantage of same. Speaker, my final one, there should be non-tariff barriers which are throttling African trade as surely as any tariff war. The economic cost, Speaker, of non-tariff barriers equivalent to an import tariff of 18%. Speaker, it rivals the damage done by the former tariff structures. Tariff liberalization without NTB reform is a half measure that delivers half the result. Speaker, this is the time to depart from the colonial capture, the time to believe that we should just not extract and send them away. We should make sure that we extract and make proper use of them, turn them into proper products. And the finishing. Speaker, that is always the problem. You can even have somebody do something very important and better in Ghana, but the person ends up, and the final product becomes some sort of product that you will not want to buy from the market. So let's take advantage and encourage the Ghanaian people and Africa as a whole to benefit from the arrangements of AFTA. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Majority.
Mr. Speaker, I will allow Professor Alido to speak.
Please do.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to comment on the statement made by the Honorable Member of Parliament for Sanalgo on trade facilitation within and among African countries, challenges, weaknesses, and the way forward. Mr. Speaker, trade is one of the most important activities that is practiced in political economy, simply because we all don't consume what we produce, and we don't produce what we consume. So to be able to make sure that people who consume what they don't produce and produce what they consume are able to get what they want through trade. Mr. Speaker, one of the most important contributing factors to job creation and economic growth is not just the volumes of trade that we are able to have, but who we trade with. Over the years, I think it has largely been the African country trading with global partners like the United States of America, the European Union, and China. And the volumes of money that is accrued from this particular trade always inure to the benefit of the developed economies rather than we, the developing economies. So it is very significant that Honorable Ataisa noted in his presentation that we have to find ways to deepen trade within the continent of Africa. That would have been a remarkable path towards economic growth within the continent. But Mr. Speaker, as he indicated, a lot of challenges still remain. And one of them includes our serious colonial ties. Largely, most African countries have colonial ties. And it is very imperative from the colonial perspective that they trade largely with their colonial partners. If you look at the Francophone countries, they trade largely with France than they do with other African countries. If you look at mostly Commonwealth countries or former British colonial countries, we largely trade among Britain and the EU more than we do among ourselves. So largely the whole concept of the colonial bondage still limits our ability to trade more among ourselves compared to how we trade among them. And even if you look at the whole concept of a single currency, which become very important when we want to trade among ourselves. It has always been the idea that the African continent, largely within the ECOWAS zone, to develop a common currency called ECO. We have not been able to do that because of serious colonial interests. Because largely, if we adopt ECO and trade among ourselves, which would have been very easy and more facilitated, it is going to have a lot of implication on the strength of the CFA, which is largely a common currency among the Francophone countries. So the lack of common currency actually creates a lot of problem in our ability to trade among ourselves as a continent. The other thing has to do with lack of common goods. If you look at the continent of Africa, we largely produce primary goods, consumables, rather than secondary goods, including maybe aircraft, vehicles, and all those things. And a lot of money comes from the production of high-value products like aircraft. Because if you look at the production chain, there are segmented responsibilities that comes with it. And it creates a lot of job opportunity across the value chain up to the time that the goods are produced, compared to where we just produce local goods and agricultural materials and trade among ourselves. So we have a common products that we cultivate and trade among ourselves as Africans. So it is one of the serious challenges that hinder our ability to trade among ourselves. And last but not the least, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of political will. I think it is a matter of political will. Once our leaders are committed to the fact that they want to deepen intracontinental trade and remove all the tariffs that hinders it and all the challenges that militates against our ability to trade among ourselves, I think we should be able to do better and be able to grow the continent economically and be able to create more jobs. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to commend the Honourable Member for making this very important statement.
Members, let's move to statement number C in the name of Ms. Jean-Marie Fumadi, Member of Parliament for Biakuye.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member is not around, so
very well.
The second publish and
order the statement to be published in the Hansard. Then we go to statement number D, standing in the name of Honorable Dr. Zaneto Ajiman Rollins.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to make a statement on the need for affordable staff cafeteria facilities within corporate and institutional premises to promote urban order, worker welfare, and social security compliance. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make this statement as a matter of public urgency and the need for the provision of affordable food services within large corporate and institutional premises, including hospitals, banks, ministries, major private sector establishments, including Parliament, as this is becoming more and more relevant. Mr. Speaker, in many of these institutions, we have contract staff and permanent staff who come from different income levels, and there are laborers, cleaners, security personnel, national service personnel, clerical staff, managers, and chief executives. Yet the internal food services available within these establishments are often priced beyond the reach of the lowest paid workers. As a result, these workers are compelled to seek food from informal vendors operating on roadsides, pavements, and sometimes even in proximity to high security or ceremonial zones. This creates multiple challenges. First, it undermines the efforts by metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies to enforce sanitation and decongestion regulations. Secondly, it contributes to congestion around critical installations and ceremonial routes, making it difficult to maintain order and security where it's most required. It also exposes the workers to unsafe and unhygienic conditions, which have implications on our public health and productivity at work. Mr. Speaker, we have already witnessed that there are successful models that demonstrate that this challenge can be addressed through deliberate planning. The Rawlings Canteen, located within the ministry's enclave, which serves workers across several ministries, has long provided accessible and affordable options for a wide range of public servants and other professionals. Food options include red, fufu, banku, various rice dishes, and even fruits. Similarly, the food court located within the Opeabia House parking complex, which serves staff from institutions such as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and other organizations in the area, shows how food vendors can be properly integrated into building infrastructure. In that case, vendors operate within designated spaces embedded within the facility and pay a modest monthly fee that contributes to sanitation and maintenance of the food courts. These examples illustrate that when food services are intentionally incorporated into institutional design and priced to be inclusive, the pressure that pushes vendors and workers into unauthorized spaces significantly reduces. Mr. Speaker, I therefore propose that relevant regulatory authorities, including the Ministry of Works and Housing, the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, and our metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies, consider developing guidelines that encourage and, where appropriate, require large institutions, corporate entities, and public facilities to incorporate affordable cafeteria or food court services within their premises. Such facilities should be designed to cater to all categories of workers, regardless of income level, and should be integrated into planning approvals for major developments. Mr. Speaker, by embedding affordable food services into institutional environments, we can improve worker welfare, support orderly urban planning management, and strengthen compliance with local regulations. It is a practical, preventive solution that benefits both institutions and the broader public. I respectfully urge all of us to work towards policy and planning frameworks and stakeholder engagements that reflect this reality. Thank you very much for this opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, that's the statement ably made. The floor is now open for comment. Well, minority leadership.
I was hoping some of my colleagues would, because this is a very important statement made by. You
have the floor.
Save that I just was able to pull one from the council, which is not very legible. But I mean, I listened attentively and I realized that there were three major issues that he espoused: food security and welfare, basically having a clean environment, and then have a particular centralized cafeteria for workers. And she actually referred to the Rawlings cafeteria. Pardon? The Rawlings canteen. And so I'm sure she's taking up from where the father left off, propagating welfare of the people, the workers, and also ensuring that they get all this food at cheaper rates, very well, in a very sanitized environment, and the issues of hygiene, which is also very critical in this conversation. Because, Speaker, if you've worked around any of these central areas where you have most of the ministries, you realize that the sale of food is scattered all over the place. You do not even know if they go through any some requirements or some conditionalities, as in health officials going to check whether or not the food they are even selling, where they are buying the foodstuff from to even come and cook are proper. And then even the cost of the cost of the food, how much these foods are sold for. And Mr. Speaker, there is something that she may not have averted the mind to, but the issue of time. Because normally when they even have the time to eat, they are perhaps given an hour break. And if you may have to go to Usu, which is still part of a constituency, and go and wait and order from Papaya and any other institution, any food company or joint, you may end up spending all the time. And but the time that you are even expected to go and eat and come back, you would have succeeded doing other things rather than just waiting to eat. Because the time your food will be ready, then that's the time you may have to rush and come back. So people end up not even eating healthy. And apart from that, they don't get to buy the food at the cost that is cheaper. But if we are able to centralize these canteens or cafeterias and ensure that everything is sanitized, to ensure that those who are even serving are properly dressed and the foodstuff that are even bought before they are cooked are all in the right manner before served to these our workers within this centralized unit. Speaker, I think that would inure to the benefit of productivity. That would inure to the benefit of the staff now buying at a cheaper rate, the health of the staff or the person who is buying. And so let me take this opportunity to commend the maker of the statement that at least she's thinking of still propagating some of the very good deeds father left off, and to ensure that people who buy food at cheaper rates, they get very healthy food to eat, and then issues of productivity is also very much espoused. Thank you very much, Speaker, for this opportunity.
Yes, majority.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Will you yield?
No, this is the time for leadership. She didn't come at the right time, so we have more statements you can contribute.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, let me commend the maker of the statement.
Please, go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, we all know our standing orders. Admissibility is in the hands of Mr. Speaker. So you did admit this statement. So let's start from home. Charity begins at home. Parliament. Job 600. We have a cafeteria. More than 10 years. It's not operating. So what are we talking about here? Members will sit here. Sometimes we do extended sitting. We have to order food from outside. Everything has become politics. Who should operate it? MPP, NDC. And even obesity has been described as part of, what do you call it? Our sickness. You sit here, you can't find food to eat. Like Jerry was saying, you go to a cafeteria, order a food of your choice. They prepare it for you. Why do you put up this edifice and you don't engage somebody? We are ready to pay for it. It's not for free. I'm not thinking about the cost. No, it's about you. It's about your health. You travel. I traveled with you recently. Challenge this guy is a big guy. So, Mr. Speaker,
So you have to make full disclosures about your travel. Once you are bringing it to my notice, you make full disclosure.
Oh yeah, I'll do that, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, let's try to think about welfare. Yeah, here a former member is dead, a certain MP is dead, and we come read tribute and may so rest in peace. Which peace? You suffocated a person. You didn't treat the person well. You did not create a neighborhood environment for the person to operate. Right now, we are here. Today is Monday. Go to the coffee shop if you can get even ice water to buy. And we are here trying to polish it as if it's normal. It is not normal. Elevators are not working. Air conditions are not working. Members are sitting in this severe heat. And you want them to come to work Monday to Friday. Our members cannot go on demonstration. We can't complain. And you work for 48 months before your salary is determined. And when the public hear of it, MPs are taking ex gratia and they go mad. Which institution will engage somebody and the person will work for 48 months before his or her salary is determined? I was an operations manager for a bank. As soon as you engage, your salary is determined. Clothing allowance, Christmas bonuses. Every 2 weeks you are paid. Because they don't want to steal their money. So always resources are available before you. Come on, find arrears. Get find arrears.
You left it to come to Parliament.
I didn't know the situation. So, Mr. Speaker,
that one, I agree with you. You
Mr.
never
Speaker,
know
the
until
time
you
has
get
come
here.
for us to face it. Let's ratify the situation because all is not well. So, my honorable lady, I thank you very much for bringing up this issue. It's not about other institutions. All of us are inclusive. You can't talk, but we will speak for you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
That brings us to the end of that statement. We now move to statement numbered E, standing in the name of Honorable Vincent Eko Asafo, a Member of Parliament for Old Tafo. Yes, so we ask that the statement be published in the Hansard. Then we move to F, standing in the name of Honorable Gisela Tete Agbotui, Member of Parliament for Ewutu Senya West. Well, we also ask that that statement be published in the Hansard. Then we go to G, standing in the name of Honorable Desmond de Graft Petu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on to make a statement on the World Wildlife Day 2026. Mr. Speaker, I'm deeply honored to speak today in celebration of World Wildlife Day 2026, a day established by the global community to acknowledge the incredible diversity of our planet's wildlife and to reaffirm our collective commitment to conservation and sustainable resource management. This significant occasion serves as a reminder that wildlife is not only a source of national pride and ecological stability, but also a crucial factor in economic growth, cultural heritage, and the livelihoods of communities. Mr. Speaker, this year's celebration themed is Medicinal and Aromatic Plants, Conserving Health, Heritage and Livelihoods. It is both timely and relevant, especially for Ghana, where biodiversity is deeply connected to our healthcare, cultural heritage, and economy. Medicinal plants remain vital in primary health care, particularly in rural and undeserved areas and worldwide. Up to 95% of people in developing countries depend on traditional plant-based medicines. Mr. Speaker, it is encouraging to see that our country has renewed its dedication to environmental sustainability and wildlife conservation through policy reforms and strategic actions. Mr. Speaker, although these efforts are laudable, significant challenges remain. The ongoing decline in biodiversity threatens food security, public health, and economic stability. Safeguarding medicinal and aromatic plants is especially crucial as their loss would impact ecosystem and diminish traditional knowledge passed down through generations. Therefore, it is essential for us as lawmakers to continue supporting policies that strengthen institutional capacity to enforce conservation efforts, provide sustainable livelihood options for communities near protected areas, promote research, innovation, and value addition in herbal medicine, improve public education and awareness on environmental stewardship. This year, as we celebrate World Wildlife Day, we are reminded that our current decision will shape the environmental legacy for the future generation. It is our responsibility to protect Ghana's natural heritage for our children and grandchildren, and to promote development that is in harmony with nature. Mr. Speaker, in summary, I urge all stakeholders, government agencies, traditional authorities, civil society, private sector, and citizens to collaborate in protecting wildlife, conserving medicinal plants, and promote sustainable environmental practices. These collective efforts will help preserve biodiversity, secure livelihoods, build resilience, and support national development. May this occasion motivate us to renew our commitment and take decisive steps to safeguard our nation's natural resources. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, that's the statement. The floor is now open for comment. Yes, Honourable John Daku.
Sorry. Thank you very much, Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement ably made by my colleague, Honourable Desmond de Graft Paytu. Mr. Speaker, the statement is indeed timely, looking at the celebration of World Wildlife Day. Mr. Speaker, if we look at the theme for the celebration as quoted by my brother, it's medicinal and aromatic plants, conserving health, heritage, and livelihoods. Mr. Speaker, this is indeed what we are missing in this country. We seem to forget that the medicine that we need to cure the various diseases that are bothering us are from the plants that we are destroying. Mr. Speaker, the statistics show that 25 to 80% of our forests were destroyed in the last 20 to 30 years. And as a country, we are happy destroying the forest cover. We are happily destroying the sources of medicine for the various diseases and ailments that are bothering us as a country. And Mr. Speaker, it's not as if we don't know why we are losing our forest cover. Of course, there are other reasons like agriculture, But one of the major ones that, as a country, we have failed to address is the issue of illegal mining. Galamsey has become the most dangerous source of depletion of our forest cover. And we seem not to care. Mr. Speaker, in the past few weeks, I've had the opportunity to travel with some of the committees of Parliament to visit some of the mining sites, and you will see the effects of Galamsey. Today is just medicinal and aromatic plants we're talking about. So we may not even talk about the destruction of the water bodies, but the complete destruction of our forests. And the fact that in some cases, governments seem to be enjoying the profit of this destruction. When we quote the benefits of gold, we talk about the fact that 53% of our gold export is from small-scale mining. When the report shows that 70 to 80% of small-scale mining engage in illegal mining activity, yet we celebrate this. Whilst we are celebrating the export of our gold from small-scale mining, we are celebrating the destruction of our forest cover and the source of medicine in this country. And so, Mr. Speaker, I am happy my colleague on the other side has brought this up. It is indeed timely, and it means that our government, if we want to protect our plants, must, as a matter of urgency, take on the fight against Galamsey as a fight that must never be lost. Because we have become a country of talkers and no doers. This is the time. If, my brother, we want our plants to be protected, then one of the major sources of the destruction is Galamsey, and all of us must come together, help the government to fight it, and let us stop celebrating the export of gold from our small-scale miners, especially when we know, as a matter of fact, that 70% to 80% of what they are exporting is coming from illegal mining. And Mr. Speaker, on that, I thank you for the opportunity, and I thank my brother for this able statement that he made. Thank you very much.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much to add my voice to the statement made by the honorable colleague. Mr. Speaker, we owe it as a duty to protect our river bodies and our forest cover. Mr. Speaker, it shouldn't be like a talk show. In Bia East, where I am a member of parliament, there's no single illegal mining activity going on there. Why? Because one, I'm not interested. When they start, it will be difficult to stop them. There is money. When people get to know that there's money in this adventure, if you try, they will kill you. So we try to protect it before they get into it. But if you go to like Ashanti region, Agri Sum area, Manson Kwanta, look at the gold mining activities that they are doing over there. And look at their infrastructure development, their road network. They don't have a single tile road, but they have all the mineral deposits. They are mining, they are getting money, but nobody is developing the area. Mr. Speaker, can you believe that you will spend between $800 or $1,000 to mine an ounce of gold, and now we are selling at 5,000, 2,000 plus. $800 to mine an ounce of gold. So who is making the profits here? Look at our state, look at the environment. So as a nation, can we sit back and think about how to develop our own nation? I don't want to mention names. We have two mines, one in Ahafo, one in Sunyani area, put together. They invested $3 billion. So are you telling us that as a state, we can raise $3 billion to mine our own resources? Spending $800 to mine an ounce of gold to sell at $5,000. That's the minimum. Let's say it's $2,000. making a profit of 3,000. We need to think again as a nation. Illegal chainsaw operations, and I don't say it's legal and illegal because they go do markings. You can fell this tree, blah, 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 blah. But when they enter the forest, they do whatever they want to do. The forest guard, because of this Nukufio thing. So we have the fine laws. Who are the people who are supposed to make sure those laws are implemented? We sit here, politicians always trying to attack each other, but at the end of the day, the operators are there. They are taking the benefits and giving us the bad names. So, honorable colleagues, let's think again. Let's come together and make sure we protect our forest cover, our river bodies. So by the end of the day, we can say that posterity will come to inherit something that we left for them. Else they will come and blame all of us. You go to the cemetery, we say an epitaph, and they say, this foolish MP, this foolish minister. Yes, because we did not protect the environment for them. So please, let's come together. It's not by NDC and PP. Let's stop Galamsey. In Ashanti region, we know that's what people live on. But we come here, oh, it's government. As MP, as ministers, what are we doing? Me, I've stopped Galamsey in my constituency. So you stop Galamsey in your constituency. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Members, that brings us to the end of comment to that statement. The next person in line is Honorable Ablajifa Gomashi. Since she's not here, I will direct that her statement be published in the Hansard. Then I give the floor to Honorable Alasan Uman, Member of Parliament for Sabzugu. But before taking the floor, let me use 2 minutes to stretch my legs. The House is suspended for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, kindly resume your seats. Yes, Alasan Umar, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise before the esteemed House, this esteemed House today, to draw its urgent attention to a matter that undermines fair commerce and the rights of the ordinary Ghanaian consumer. The widespread and damaging issue of deceptive warranty practice. Mr. Speaker, a warranty in its essence is a legally binding promise. It is an assurance from a manufacturer or a seller to a consumer asserting that a product meets specific quality standards, performance, and reliability for a stated period. It gives the consumer a safety net or guarantees him to a remedy if the product fails to meet the set standards. It could be a repair, a replacement, or a refund. This layer of trust on which commerce relies is fundamental to a healthy and fair market practice. Mr. Speaker, there are generally two forms of warranties: the express warranty, usually explicitly stated in writing or by verbal communication, and the implied warranty, a guarantee imposed by law declaring a product to be fit for its intended purpose and of market quality. However, Mr. Speaker, the breach of this agreement through the misrepresentation of a warranty constitutes a deceptive trade practice and a clear breach of contract. It does not only erode consumer confidence in the market, but it also undermines the integrity and trustworthiness of our commercial landscape. Mr. Speaker, permit me to underscore some common manifestation of deceptive warranty practices for the benefit of the House. False advertising, the making of misleading claims about a product warranty, including spreading inaccurate information regarding the duration, scope of coverage, or the condition attached to the warranty of a product. Void if removed stickers. This involves affixing seals to products and then asserting that a warranty is void if the seals is broken. It is, however, instructive to note that this practice has been declared illegal by international bodies like the United States Federal Trade Commission, FTC, given that the attempt to void warranties based on a consumer right to inspire or repair a product constitute a clear and apparent violation of their rights. Conditional warranty or proprietary parts. A retailer cannot lawfully declare a warranty void simply because a consumer uses non-proprietary parts or seeks repair from an independent service provider, unless those specific parts or services were provided free of charge. Refusal to honor implied warranties. While a retailer may state that a product is sold as is, they cannot, under sound legal principles, disclaim the implied warranties of merchantability and fitness if they concurrently offer a written warranty. Mr. Speaker, the worst part of this troubling reality is that while many retailers readily issue both express and implied warranties on products of the point of sale, they subsequently fail to honor these commitments, resort to shifting goalposts, and evading their stated responsibilities. Mr. Speaker, allow me to provide some personal examples that I believe are emblematic of the experience of many or countless Ghanaians and which will paint a classical picture and illustrate the national malady. On August 15, 2020, I bought a fully automatic washing machine here in Accra from a retailer whose name I withhold. The warranty of this product was expressly inscribed on both the product and on the retailer's official receipt, warranty for 1 year. However, less than a year, the machine developed a problem that qualified for the redress by the retailer of this explicit promise made at the point of sale, became a subject of negotiation and excuses. Mr. Speaker, let me say on authority that this is not isolated issue or incident. If an honorable member of this august House can face such brazen disregard for consumer rights, what then is the fate of our ordinary people or Ghanaians? From the foregoing, Mr. Speaker, the question that must seize the attention of this House is how many of our citizens are being systematically deceived and defrauded daily without any effective recourse under our statutes. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, the current situation is unattainable. The legal and regulatory framework that are supposed to protect the Ghanaian consumer from such deceptive warranty practices are scattered in various acts of parliament and policy documents. What is required is the immediate consolidation, strengthening, and rigorous enforcement of a single act of parliament on consumer rights protection. Mr. Speaker, the trust between the consumer and the seller is a cornerstone of a modern driven economy. When that trust is broken, it is not just an individual who loses. Our entire national economy or fabric is weakened. Thank you for your time.
Honourable members, that's the statement. It's now time for comment. Anybody ready to comment? Yes, minority leadership.
Speaker, I will let it go.
Yes, majority leadership. Any comment?
Speaker, no comments.
Very well. We move to another statement, that is J, standing in the name of Honorable Maxwell Kwame Lukuto. Once he's not here, I would direct that the statement be published. Yes?
I'm sure he's going to do some survey somewhere. Some survey.
I direct the statement be published in the Hansard. Yes. Now, K, Honorable Emilia Nkuma, Upper Denchira East. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to mark the International Day of Zero Tolerance for Female Genital Mutilation, observed on 6 February in accordance with the United Nations General Assembly Resolution. Mr. Speaker, this day compels us not only to remember, but to reflect honestly on whether our actions as a nation match our declarations. Female genital mutilation is a harmful practice involving the partial or total removal of female genitalia for non-medical purposes. It has no medical benefit, no scientific basis, and no moral justification. It is a clear violation of the fundamental human rights of women and girls. Mr. Speaker, the consequences are devastating and lifelong. Severe bleeding, infections, childbirth complications, psychological trauma, and in some cases, death. Yet, beyond these physical harms lies and even deeper injustice: the denial of dignity, bodily autonomy, and choice to the girl child. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has taken a strong legal position. The Criminal Offences Act 1960 at 29, as amended, criminalizes FGM and prescribes sanctions for perpetrators and accomplices. However, Mr. Speaker, laws alone do not change behavior. If they did, this practice would no longer exist within our borders. The persistence of FGM in some communities raises uncomfortable but necessary questions about enforcement, accountability, and our collective resolve. Mr. Speaker, are we doing enough to protect the most vulnerable girls in remote and marginalized communities? Are institutions mandated to enforce the law sufficiently resourced? And are we, as leaders, bold enough to confront harmful practices, even where they are shielded by silence and social pressure? Mr. Speaker, I wish to state unequivocally that there is no cultural, traditional, or religious justification for female genital mutilation. Culture is not static. Any practice that endangers life and dehumanizes women must be confronted and abandoned. Traditional and religious leaders, therefore, have a critical role to play in reshaping attitudes and safeguarding the next generation. Mr. Speaker, survivors of FGM must also be placed at the center of national response. They require access to health care, psychosocial support, legal protection, and economic empowerment. Their lived experiences must inform our policies, not remain hidden in shame and fear. Mr. Speaker, as parliamentarians, this day challenges us to go beyond symbolic condemnation. It calls on us to strengthen oversight, support targeted education, empower communities, and demand effective enforcement of the law. Zero tolerance must be reflected not only in our words, but in measurable actions. Mr. Speaker, as we observe this day in 2026, let us recommit ourselves to building a Ghana where no girl is subjected to harmful practices, where her rights are protected, and where her future is determined by choice, not by violence disguised as tradition. Mr. Speaker, I urge this Honorable House to reaffirm its zero tolerance stand on female genital mutilation and contribute actively to the national effort to eradicate it completely. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, it's now time for comment. Yes, available leader.
Speaker, I was hoping that Honorable Bavo would contribute because apparently he's an FGM specialist. But Speaker, let me do my best by doing the needful. Speaker, FGM, female genital mutilation. Speaker. No. Specialist. He's an advocate for FGM folks. Speaker, FGM is not a cultural practice. Speaker, it is a human rights violation. A larger chunk of young, beautiful women.
Human rights violation, yet you say somebody is a specialist in that.
Yes, he's an advocate. He's an advocate for FGM, people who are going through FGM. The victims. The victims.
There is an application for same to be expunged from the record. Same is ordered to be expunged. You have the floor.
Speaker, as I started saying, it is not a cultural practice. It's a human rights violation. Speaker, over 230 million. This is how startling the statistics is. 230 million young, beautiful women would have to go through this very painful process. And Speaker, sometimes we give all manner of excuses for just these young women to go through this process. Speaker, first of all, when you look at the 2026 theme towards 2030, no end to FGM without sustained commitment and investment is a direct indictment of government. That most governments have made so much noise about FGM, but the ability to sponsor to ensure that it is eradicated, Speaker, that is missing. We make a lot of noise, we have a lot of talk shows, we have a lot of seminars on FGM, but just to have some sort of budget, just to prosecute issues on FGM, Speaker, it's not only have an issue, it's dead on arrival. Speaker, the consequences of FGM abound, including STDs, including hemorrhage. Speaker, there are cumulative and lifelong challenges when people go through FGM. Speaker, some of them even go through the risk of childbirth complications. Yet, in modern times, we are still encouraging FGM. Speaker, some even have to endure infertility just because of FGM. So, Speaker, the call now is that let's try and sponsor the prosecution of FGM so that it is eradicated. Because, like I said, it is not a matter of culture. It is a matter of breach of human rights. And we have a lot of people going through this, and the scale of this crisis, Speaker, demands that it has become a public health matter. When people are giving birth to, ladies are giving birth to, and the next thing is that, and Speaker, there is also a scientific understanding that just because of this FGM, some women have issues of having libido. At least I've had engagement with some women.
Ask the local Benya.
And they will tell you, you can ask and ask and ask again.
Ask the local Benya.
They will let you understand that the issues of libido is restrained because they've had their FGMs cut.
Yes, available leader is speaking from experience.
Speaker, I'm speaking because I've read on it.
Yes.
And when you have friends who can educate you on same, you should be very, very well abreast with the facts. Speaker, we are not making progress fast enough. And we must say so plainly that it is sometimes even seen as political. There is no political wherewithal, the capacity to have these things dealt with. Because there is a member of parliament or there is a president who finds it difficult to deal with the matter because of votes, to the detriment or to the neglect of these lives, young lives we are talking about. And Speaker, let me just re-enumerate the situations they would have to find themselves. Infertility is one. Not having libido is another. STDs is another. And Speaker, if we do not put a stop to this, then we do not know what is going to happen in the next.
Yes, Honorable James Agalga.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, a while ago, I was asking my colleague, who is a medical doctor, whether it is indeed true that FGM is one of the causes of the low libido in women. But I didn't get a response, but Leader Ahmed has clarified the matter. But, Mr. Speaker, on a more serious note, to say FGM is not a cultural practice, but a human rights violation simpliciter, in my view, may not be very accurate. The reason is that until a law was passed in this country
to outlaw FGM, it was prevalent in some communities in this country. In fact, the prevalence rate was so high to the extent that in some communities, in some cultures, women voluntarily lined up to undergo FGM in order to avoid stigma. So it was a cultural practice being outlawed, elevates the practice to the level of the violation of the fundamental rights of the victims of FGM. Mr. Speaker, I say so because if we fail to admit that FGM was a cultural practice among some communities in our country, we would have issues with sensitization. And insofar as people would line up voluntarily to undergo FGM, are matters we need to contend with. If we don't engage in sensitization, we may have issues enforcing the very law Parliament passed to outlaw the practice. And so, Mr. Speaker, in adding my voice and thanking the maker of the statement, I would implore this House to take measures to ensure that the agencies of state which are charged with the responsibility of sensitizing the public on certain civic responsibilities, do's and don'ts, such as the NCCE, take up the challenge very, very seriously so that in communities where the practice was prevalent, they would begin to sensitize would-be victims of FGM, that there is nothing like stigma if you don't mutilate your genital, the female genital. If you don't mutilate it, there is no stigmatization at all. Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I thank you for the opportunity.
Honourable members, bear with me. I'm being accused of being gender insensitive, so I'll give the floor to Honourable Zaneto.
You see, when I said somebody is an expert, you didn't want to agree. But when Honorable Senator is done, the expert still wants to have a bite on this matter. Speaker, it's just a humble prayer.
Well, so we should do the restoration of your words in the Hansard. Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the statement ably made by the Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, the issue of female genital mutilation is not just one that occurs in Ghana. It occurs across the continent of Africa and some parts of the Far East as well, in Asia. And so this is actually a global issue. And yes, indeed, it is a violation of the rights of women. Mr. Speaker, some of the conditions that occur, in my personal experience in hospital, I remember witnessing the difficulty that some women went through during childbirth, where a simple, what should have been a straightforward vaginal childbirth became very complicated, requiring forceps, requiring an episiotomy, and in some cases, an emergency cesarean section because of scarring, because of the inability of the tissues to expand to accommodate the emergent head of the baby. Mr. Speaker, some of the other conditions that occur include fistula, where you have a connection forming between the vagina and other parts of the body, whether within the bladder or into the rectum as well. And these cause a lot of infections amongst those who have had these procedures done. So, Mr. Speaker, there are real health concerns around this issue beyond the issues of sexual pleasure that obviously are limited by this practice. And so, Mr. Speaker, I think that in the maker of the statement, having mentioned that today is about an international recognition of this condition, I think that the issue of stakeholder engagement is key, the enforcement of law, but political will is key. It could not have happened in Ghana without the political will, and I believe that that's perhaps what the Minority Chief Whip was making reference to when it comes to the issue of the push that is required. If the laws are in place, if we engage stakeholder, but we cannot get that level of political will to actually push for this to happen, for these practices to be outlawed, we will have generations of young women who are presenting with various complications during pregnancy and afterwards, increased risk of sexually transmitted diseases, and a lot of other associated issues. And Mr. Speaker, the sooner we address these issues, because if in 2026 we're still speaking to these issues, then I think the issue of women's rights as fundamental human rights really need to be considered as a matter of urgency. And I urge this House to perhaps take advantage of this to improve their knowledge and be advocates wherever they find themselves to ensure that this harmful practice is abolished, not just here, not just across the continent, but across the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm told you are a specialist, so I have to give you the floor. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, whenever FGM is mentioned, then the 31st December Women's Movement comes to mind, because they did a lot of activism in the past to ensure that this whole practice is outlawed. Mr. Speaker, I also remember very well that it was part of the reasons why President Kufuor, when he was inaugurated as president of this country, Mr. Speaker, that was why he established the Ministry of Women and Children Affairs. But Mr. Speaker, it looks like the ministry has now become more interested in school feeding and the business side of it, rather than fighting for the real interest of children and women in our society. Mr. Speaker, from the perspective of my available leader, the Chief Whip, and Honorable Senator, it is obvious that what is lacking is the political will. But, Mr. Speaker, it's not just the political will. It is also about the person who would ensure that the interest of the women, the interest of children are being protected, which in this case, Mr. Speaker, is the Minister for Children and Gender Affairs. Mr. Speaker, it may be necessary in the circumstance to refocus the ministry to the real affairs of children and women. Mr. Speaker, when I say this, I'm not limiting it to just this particular administration. But Mr. Speaker, every now and then we see children loitering from different African countries on our streets. Mr. Speaker, it appears that we've been let down in that area. So it's about time the ministry is seen to be up and doing to ensure that this practice, Mr. Speaker, is completely becomes a thing of the past. Thank you very much.
Members, let's move to a statement standing in the name of Honorable Dr. Muhammad Sharif Abdul Khalik, Member of Parliament for Nantom.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to bring this statement, which is on the emergency care deficit in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I rise today not only as a Member of Parliament, but also as a medical doctor to draw your attention to a matter of life and death, which is the growing emergency care deficit in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, emergency care is not luxury. It is a fundamental pillar of every functional health system. When a pregnant woman hemorrhages in labor, when a child is in respiratory distress, when a young man is involved in a road traffic accident, or when a patient collapses from a stroke or heart attack, the difference between life and death is measured in minutes. On the 6th of February 2026, a 29-year-old engineer, Mr. Charles Emisa, lost his life following a hit-and-run accident on the highway in Accra. Reports indicate that the emergency medical technicians responded within minutes and administered care according to standard protocols. Yet, after being transported to 3 major hospitals in the capital, which are the Police Hospital, Greater Accra Hospital, and the Kolebu Teaching Hospital, he was allegedly declined admission and emergency stabilization due to what is known as the no-bed syndrome. My deepest condolences to the bereaved family. The Minister of Health has constituted a committee which is chaired by himself to look into the circumstances surrounding his death and then make appropriate recommendations. Whilst we commend the efforts of the government and agencies such as the National Ambulance Service, the reality on the ground reveals significant gaps that demand immediate policy attention. Mr. Speaker, Ghana continues to face inadequate ambulance coverage. Many districts still lack reliable ambulance services. Response times, especially in rural constituencies like mine and Nanton, remains unacceptably long. We also face the issue of poorly equipped emergency units. Several district hospitals and health centers lack basic resuscitation equipment, defibrillators, ventilators, oxygen supply systems, and trauma care logistics. Human resource constraints is another, Mr. Speaker. We have insufficient number of trained emergency physicians, paramedics, and other critical care nurses. In many facilities, emergency units are managed by overstretched general staff without specialized training. And also we have weak referral systems, delays in referrals with lack of communication between facilities, and the absence of a coordinated trauma network contributes significantly to preventable deaths. And then the issue of financial barrier. Despite the mandate of the National Health Insurance Authority, many emergency interventions require out-of-pocket payment before care is administered, undermining the very principle that emergency care should never be denied. Mr. Speaker, road traffic accidents, obstetric emergencies, cardiovascular diseases, acute infections continue to claim thousands of lives annually. According to the global health standards, effective emergency system can prevent up to 50% of death from trauma and acute medical conditions. We must therefore act decisively. I respectfully propose the following: the establishment of a national emergency care policy framework with clear funding lines, a dedicated budgetary allocation for emergency infrastructure in all regional and district hospitals, expansion and modernization of the National Ambulance Service fleet with equitable rural distribution, training and certification programs in emergency medicine and trauma care, and then also enforcement of laws prohibiting refusal of emergency care based on inability to pay. And lastly, development of a centralized emergency call and dispatch coordination system nationwide. And then lastly, Mr. Speaker, we must also include the training of basic life support in the curriculum of junior and secondary high school students. Mr. Speaker, emergency care is the front line of universal health coverage. If we are committed to achieving Sustainable Development Goal 3 and improving health outcome for our citizens, then strengthening emergency care must be treated as a national priority. As a medical practitioner, I have witnessed firsthand heartbreaks of preventable deaths due to delays and system failures. As representatives of the people, I believe we have the power and the responsibility to change this narrative. Let us not wait for the next strategy to act. Let us invest in today. Let us invest today in systems that saves lives tomorrow. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Yes, Honorable John Daku. Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the statement ably made by my brother. Very good friend. I didn't know he is a medical doctor. Thank you, my brother, for this very insightful statement. And I'm just looking at the last line of your statement, in which you implore us as a people's representative not to wait for the next tragedy before we act. And so I ask, 40 days since this tragic incident that happened to Mr. Charles Emisa, what has happened? And my colleague mentioned that the minister set up a committee to be chaired by the minister himself. And 40 days since the unfortunate demise of our compatriots, there is no report. And so that is why I believe that your statement is very, very important. Let us not wait for the next tragedy to act. This is a country where we celebrate a lot of things. For instance, Mr. Speaker, our president and the current administration have celebrated the fact that Ghanaian physicians are being sent away to the Caribbean. And my brother, the doctor, says one of the reasons why people are dying from lack of emergency care is lack of human resources or constraints in human resource management. We don't have doctors, we don't have enough nurses, we don't have enough physicians to take care of Ghanaians. Yet we celebrate the fact that we are shipping Ghanaians out of this country. We are shipping nurses, we are shipping doctors, we are shipping physicians out of this country to go out there to the Caribbean to go and take care of people. We celebrate that. When Ghanaians are dying from this absence of physicians, this is what we celebrate as a people. And so, my brother, your message, your statement is very, very important. And Honorable Dafe, you may refrain from interjecting my commentary. Mr. Speaker, this is a country where we have trained so many nurses who are looking for employment. The Minister of Finance is not giving financial clear for those people to be employed. It is the reason why people are dying from what? This problem. Emergency care deficit. We don't have the human resources. Doctors finish and they are not posted. When you are sick or when you get involved in an accident and you go to the hospital, you are looking for a physician to help you. We are not posting them, and we are here issuing statements. My brother, your statement is timely. But this statement should go to the present government. Employ the people who are seeking for jobs.
Honorable John Dako be guided by Order 93.5.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm guided. Mr. Speaker, I'm guided. Mr. Speaker, I'm guided. Mr. Speaker, one of the things my brother stated is that we have inadequate ambulance coverage. Mr. Speaker, the previous administration acquired 307 ambulances. We are told, Mr. Speaker, that 127 of them are in a state of disrepair. They are demobilized. They are not working. How do we treat emergency care when our ambulances are destroyed and we are not fixing them? That is a problem. And so, my colleague, your message is timely, but it should go to the government that fix our ambulances for us. Because when people are involved in an accident, they want to call the ambulance service. Mr. Speaker, the problem really is that we don't even know the number to call when we are involved in any emergency situation. Mr. Speaker, you can ask members of this House. My brother, the Honorable Chief Whip, if he's involved in an accident right now, which number is he going to call? We need to educate, and because he doesn't know, he can't speak to it. We need to speak, we need to train the people of So 112 should be a number that, Mr. Speaker, should be made known to the people of Ghana that when you have an issue, when you have an emergency, you should call. Mr. Speaker, on that note, I want to thank my brother, the maker of the statement, for this insightful statement. And I hope that his recommendations are implemented by the government to save the people of Ghana from avoidable death. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Yes, majority. You are yielding.
Speaker, I really want to have a bite, but my
Honorable Zanato, we have reached some agreement in your absence.
Mr.
So
Speaker,
confer with your deputy. Yes, Honorable Zanato.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the statement made by the Honourable Member on the emergency care deficit in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, emergency care is a specialist area, and the deficit is one that would have to be addressed through policy and definitely in terms of a quota system, where there's a proper assessment of what the deficit is in order to encourage more I suppose, medical students to veer in that direction because it's a very specialist area of training. Having said so, Mr. Speaker, I would like to also add my voice to the need for basic life support training for not just the students in secondary school, but all first responders, including the police officers and other security service personnel. And of course, importantly, members of the GPRTU, especially drivers and their mates, as a very important part, as when these accidents happen, they usually tend to be the ones who are first on the scene. Mr. Speaker, the first hour following any kind of trauma is critical, and the kind of processes that are followed are very, very important towards the preservation of life and quality of life thereafter. Mr. Speaker, I think that in addition to that, the training of our paramedics in advanced cardiac life support and trauma life support are key, so that in the process of transporting patients from the site of an incident to whichever health facility is catered for en route, because that is also essential in terms of the saving of lives. Mr. Speaker, I would like to use the opportunity to perhaps just provide a platform to encourage the public that there are certain things to look out for when you come into a situation of an accident of this sort where there are no responders around. There is what we call the ABCs, the airway, breathing, and circulation. And that has to do with whether the patient is, first of all, conscious, whether the person is conscious, very importantly, whether the area that you're approaching is safe to approach, and then also to assess whether the person is alert or not. And in doing so, one should also take cognizance of the fact that there could be an injury to the spine, and to be very careful that in trying to transport the person from the site of injury to a safer position, you are not actually exacerbating the injury to the particular person. Sometimes you witness when people are being rescued from a vehicle or some site of an accident, the way they are even carried more than likely results in certain injuries being made worse. And so a sensitization of the general public on how to just have a basic appreciation of what a person looks like and what to look out for in the event of an accident is key. I think that given the fact that Parliament has paramedics posted here, it might be worthwhile for members of Parliament to perhaps be given an opportunity to understand what basic life support is, so that even amongst us, we can also serve as first responders in the event of anything. Luckily, we have some of our staff always seated in the chamber, and they're also positioned in the gym for the members of Parliament who also do workouts in the gym, which is very few. I'd like to take the opportunity to urge members to please take their exercise very seriously, to make sure that their blood pressure and sugar levels are being checked, given the level of stress that members are exposed to. And perhaps to appeal to Right Honourable Speaker to look at the extended hours of sitting in the House deep into the night, which are not in the interest of the health of not just members of Parliament, but of all staff here, not only from the point of view of nutrition and eating late and its impact on our metabolism, but also on the safety and security of staff who have to leave the premises at a very late hour to get home, in which case some may even be exposed to the risk of accidents, which puts them back into the cycle of where we have this deficit of health care in terms of trauma life support. Mr. Speaker, I think that as a House, we need to really look at this. I think we've seen in the last perhaps 4 years alone occasions where members and other visitors who've been in the chamber have either lost consciousness or have needed to be seen to quite urgently. And at times you witness the lack of experience in how people rush in on certain people. So certainly the issue of the basic life support cannot be overemphasized, and all persons, as much as possible, should be educated on basic life support, or at the very least first aid, and what to do, what not to do in order to preserve and protect life while we wait for patients to be transported from the site.
Yes, majority chief whip or minority first. Yes,
Speaker.
Jerry Ahmed.
Speaker, emergency care, Speaker, is not a luxury. It is actually the frontline defense against death. Speaker, where you have over 54 million people who die anyhow, anyway, just because they did not get emergency care. It is something one has to be worried about. Speaker, we are aware that emergency care...
You said 54 million?
Yes.
Within which period?
That worldwide, I'm talking about globally, I'm not talking about Ghana. Yes. Speaker, by Ghana, how many are we? Where this indication is a reason for us to consider emergency care as a very important factor or step in health provision. Where you have about emergency care is in about 3 forms, where you have the pre-hospital care, then the in-facility emergency medicine, and then the third one, which is the post-emergency or critical care. Speaker, when attention is paid to emergency care, the very minute, very basic things that hitherto would have caused problems can be prevented. And Speaker, I think that one of the problems we have is actually education on how to deal with some of the situations that arise. For instance, in recent times, I was giving out fuel coupons to motor riders and taxi drivers. I got burnt by the exhaust of that motor rider. And Speaker, just there, the kind of medical care, for the attention I had, varying, everybody became a doctor. Some said, oh, use salt water. Some said, use warm water. Some also said, we use Vaseline. Speaker, what it means is that even for us, we do not have the basics. We do not. Apart from the structures which most of them are unavailable. And Speaker, my colleague here made reference to the issue of ambulances. Speaker, most members of parliament will tell you that their ambulances are dysfunctional. They've been decommissioned. They are not working. And now, members of parliament have now become the ones to fix the ambulances. And then you ask yourself, are they not giving any budgetary allocation to do same, to service ambulances and to get them in good and proper conditions so that whenever there are situations of emergency, those ambulances could be used? Speaker, in Ghana, emergency care spans from the National Ambulance Service, hospital accident and emergency units, police and fire service first post-response protocols, and community-level health facilities, all of which are operating under the conditions of under-source resource. They are under-resourced. Speaker, it's become chronic, and there is structural neglect. Speaker, there is also another aspect of the workforce. I have information that since 2021, a lot of nurses that qualified to start working in facilities, especially government facilities, because they are unable to work. First of all, because maybe there is unavailability of those facilities for them to even be employed in. Second, they do not get the clearance. They do not get the financial clearance. Yes, I don't do politics when I'm doing these things. If it is 2021 and they didn't get the financial clearance, we are in 2026.
What are you waiting for?
So what are we waiting for? We need them to get jobs. Let them have access. Let them not become people who may have acquired the necessary knowledge and then they become rusty because they may not be training, they are not getting any, just like unlike lawyers who may perhaps be getting a chamber to operate from, they are just sitting in their homes and not doing anything. We need all of these people employed. When they are employed, it will give recourse to emergency care.
They will be doing something. They will be working, and this is something that when we are able to do, it will save a lot of lives. Speaker, another thing is also to rehabilitate.
Yes, Majority Chief.
Speaker, let me thank the Honorable Halik for bringing this very important matter once more. It appears to be a statement that finds space on this floor every year. Speaker, between Soumanya and Hohoe, a distance of 168 kilometers, there's no accident center. That stretch on the eastern corridor, there's no accident center. And indeed, there's no hospital properly so-called situated on that stretch, apart from the Peking Government Hospital. So the Peking Government Hospital is inundated with emergency cases. And Speaker, apart from road crashes that lead to such emergency cases, we also have emergency cases that are referred from other health centers that serve as the catchment area and feed on the hospital. So using my area alone is such an important aspect of our healthcare. Speaker, between the Sogakope Hospital and your capital, Akachi, that stretch, there's no accident center. So if there's a road crash, depending on the distance, they either rush to your place or they come to Sogakope. And we know what happens when you are transporting injured accident victims in a certain way and in a rush. So this is such a major matter that this House should be concerned with. Speaker, there are major constructional works going on our very major arterial roads. Perhaps, Leader, I'm happy that Leader has come. Maybe we should be asking that in addition to delivering these major roads, it should be consequential that we build accident centers. Well-resourced. It doesn't take much to do these things these days. There are even technologies available that they are nicely done, and they become a first point of call to saving lives. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, number 2, we ask for the ambulance politics, we can do it. And I don't want to do it this afternoon. But we need, please, Jerry, please. But we need to find out what is happening to the service agreement that was consequential to delivering the ambulance. Because the vehicles ought to be serviced regularly. It's part of the agreement. I know that there's an existing agreement as part of the entire ambulance supply issue. If that is not happening, then we must not be relying on ambulance alone in terms of in responding to emergency situations. Can we look at delivering 2 helicopters? For instance, air ambulance, air ambulance, as is done in other countries. Mr. Speaker, we get the opportunity to travel and we benchmark. And I like to reference Tanzania because they are doing things very well. Between Zanzibar and Tanzania, by sea is 1 hour. That is water taxi. When you are in a water bus, it's like 2 hours. Now by air, it is 25 minutes if you are in a helicopter or in an ambulance. And so they use the air, they call it air ambulance, to ferry patients onto the mainland in Dar es Salaam for medical response emergency situations. It's a well-run system. We need to begin to think along those lines that we need 2 helicopters as air ambulance on standby, so that depending on what is happening, because response time, Mr. Speaker, is also critical. If the response time is good, a lot of lives will be saved. But the response that also depends on logistical availability. When they are injured, quickly to centers to be attended to. So, I don't know whether, Mr. Speaker, we may pray you to refer this to the Health Committee to come back to consider this very important statement and see how we can enhance, as Parliament, we can give some directives to enhance our.
Yes, we then move to the last statement, standing in the name of Honorable Ms. Bahu Mahama Adams, MP for Mion. I guess he's not in. I would direct that his statement be published in the Hansard. And honorable members, we have exhausted all the 13 statements before us today. Therefore, statement time has ended. Yes, Majority Leader. Yes, Majority.
Speaker, we want to pray you that given the mood of the House, we want to do some consideration, especially of the Security and Intelligence Agencies Bill. We'll take about 10 clauses. Speaker, but before then, may I pray that we lay items number 10A, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, moving chronologically from 9, you go to 10.
Speaker,
yes.
My very bosom friend, he fails to engage.
He doesn't engage.
He fails to engage.
Now you engage here now, man.
You haven't engaged, but you want to have. He fails to engage, Mr. Speaker. You have not engaged. If you have engaged, I won't come and stand here and say you have engaged. You are even calling my integrity into question. Speaker, so if you want to lay a paper, you should engage. And leader will tell you, he's a very good person when it comes to engagement.
You don't engage.
You don't engage. You should learn from my very respected leader, Honorable Muhammad Yariga. This is the minister who is dealing with recruitment issues. And we don't see our constituents being recruited, but you still want to proceed. There's no security and intelligence on this matter, Mr. Speaker. He hasn't engaged. Let him engage properly. Can engage and come back.
Yes, at commencement of public business, presentation of papers. Item numbered 10A, Minister for Roads and Highways.
Speaker, the minister has just left the floor. So may I pray that the Deputy Minister for Health does this on his behalf. We lay item number 10A. You just rise. Wow. Oh, there's a Deputy Minister of State. Mr. Speaker, in our Constitution, a Deputy Minister is also defined as a Minister of State. It is true. That's the law. Oh, Honorable Nitiwu, you have been a leader in this house.
May the paper be laid by the Deputy Minister for Health.
Budget performance reports of the Ministry of Roads and Highways for the period January to December 2025.
Members, the paper has been duly presented and it is referred to the Committee on Roads and Transportation for consideration and reports. Yes, are we taking the B?
Speaker, no, the B is not ready, Mr. Speaker.
Very
It's
well.
not ready.
Very well. So any indication?
Speaker, that is so. Item number 24, Mr. Speaker. Consideration.
Security and Intelligence Agencies Bill 2025 at consideration stage.
Honourable members, can we remind ourselves as to the last clause? We stopped at clause 12. Very well. So we are starting with 13. So clause 13.
Governing body of security and intelligence agencies.
Chairperson of the committee.
Right Honourable Speaker, there are no amendments proposed for clause 13.
Very well. It is for the consideration of the House. In the absence of any further amendment, I'll put a question to clause 13. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 13 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 14.
Appointment of National Security Coordinator.
Chairperson of the committee.
Thank you. Right Honourable Speaker, before the clause 14, there is an insertion to be made, which is the establishment of the Office of the National Security Coordinator.
The proposed amendment number 1. Please go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, the amendment proposed is as I read it. Establishment of the Office of National Security Coordinator. That's a heading. That's,
members,
yes.
any proposed amendment before coming to clause 14?
There is established by this Act the Office of the National Security Coordinator. All right, I so move.
Members, I'll put a question on the new clause. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The draft person is accordingly directed to situate the amendment properly. Clause 14. Aye.
Right Honourable Speaker, amendment proposed, subclause 1, line 3, delete referred to in paragraph A of section 12.
Members, that's the amendment is for the consideration of the House. Any further amendment? In the absence of any further amendment, I'll put a question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, Chairperson of the committee, aye. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I have the permission of the Honorable Kojo Opon Kroma, so I want to seek your permission to stand in for him.
Very well.
So clause 14, subclause 1, line 1, delete 195 and insert 70 in line 3. And then after section 12, insert except that the person shall not be a serving member of any security agency. So the new rendition will read, the President shall, in accordance with Article 70 of the Constitution, appoint a National Security Coordinator as head of the Office of the National Security Coordinator, referred to in paragraph A of section 12, except that person shall not be a serving member of a security agency. The rationale being that under 195, the National Security Coordinator appointed under 195 comes under the Public Services Commission. And so under a Public Services Commission, retirement age is 60 and all that. So in a situation where one is appointed under 195, issues on his exiting may come up, but under 70, those issues will be avoided.
Yes, it's for the consideration of the House.
Mr. Speaker, I am opposed to the proposed amendment by the minority leader. First of all,
no.
by Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah. 14. There is a proposed amendment by Kojo Opon Nkrumah. He seeks to delete 195 and insert 70, Article 70. And I'm saying that I'm opposed to the proposed amendment. And these are my reasons. 1, Mr. Speaker, the Act 526, which is now repealed, clearly had the security coordinator's appointment effected under 195. Again, Act 1030, which replaced Act 526, had the appointment of the security coordinator done under 195. And it's for special reason. Under 195, Mr. Speaker, the President does the appointment in consultation with the governing board of the service in question. For the avoidance of that, let me read 195. Subject to the provisions of this Constitution, the power to appoint persons to hold or to act in an office in the public services shall vest in the President, acting in accordance with the advice of the governing council of the service concerned, given in consultation with the public services. Now, Mr. Speaker, because we are talking about the security coordinator, it is important that any appointment of a security coordinator by the President must be based on the advice of the National Security Council, which is the governing council of the Secretariat, headed by the coordinator. If you place this responsibility under Article 70, the President would merely be required to act in consultation with the advice of the Council of State. The Council of State is not the National Security Council. The appropriate body to be consulted when it comes to the appointment of the National Security Coordinator is the National Security Council, where you have all the security capos represented, including the President, the Vice President, Minister for Defense, Minister for Interior, Foreign Affairs, IGP, Chief of Defense Staff, Chief of Military Intelligence, and so on and so forth. So let's be careful. It's not for nothing that Act 1030 and the Act 526 provided for the appointment under 195. In any case, this arrangement has not created any mischief.
So the mover of this, let's clarify some issues. Reference was made to Act 526 and 1030. And the fact that under 70, the appointment is in consultation with the Council of State, but it is 195 that will enable the consultation to be with the National Security Council. Do you still insist that it should be done under 70? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, it is true that the previous acts that we have used, we've always relied on 195. And it's because controversies have not arisen. That's why you think controversies cannot arise. But it's practically impossible for the President to consult the National Security Council for the appointment of security coordinator. It's practically, it may sound like that, but it's practically impossible. And I've never seen any president consult. One of the first people that a president would appoint is the National Security Coordinator. He will first appoint him as an acting coordinator and later confirm him. It's for good reason that when the president is appointing the service chiefs, for example, he consults the Council of State. He doesn't consult governing councils or the ministry. Consults the Council of State. There are good reasons why it is done like that. So I think that if we deviate from the old practice of using 195, where you use the Public Services Commission procedure, and rather go under 71E, it is much better. 71E, you look at 71E, that's where they are talking about. It is much better, where the holder of such offices may be, where is it? 71. Yes. 70E. It's 71E. Mm-hmm. Yes. So the president can, he said that in acting with the Council of State can, where the holders of such offices may be prescribed by this constitution or any other law not inconsistent with the Constitution. So the president can appoint somebody if the holder of that kind of office is under this category, falls under this category. So that the person knows that the president who is appointing you, when you are going with him. It's not like the old thing, there's somebody who take it to court and say, well, I'm not 60 years. Because I know some people who took government to court because they were appointed under Article 195. That, oh, I was appointed under Article 195. I'm not 60 years. Why are you asking me to go home? Because I went through the Public Services Commission. I was interviewed by the Public Service Commission. And why are you taking me home? And took the government to court and won. One of them is the late Adekoka. And he won the case. Because he was a government board chairman or something like that. He took the case. So that's why our Honorable Kojo Nkrumah is saying that, look, there's nothing offensive if we use 71E instead of the 195, so that it becomes more like a political appointment, like how if you go to the US, that's what they do. If you go to UK, that's what they do. Go to all other jurisdictions. Your term is continuous with the president who has appointed you. Any other president can use the same 71E to appoint another person. Instead of relying on this and somebody will one day take us to court and say, well, we are lucky that people have not done it, but one day somebody can actually take us to court and say, well, under 179, if I go through the Public Service Commission and I get that job, I will have to stay there till I'm 60 years. You cannot take me off. So that is what we should look at. That's why I'm saying that it is for good reason. I'm coming. It's for good reasons that the president. I am coming. Okay.
Mr. Speaker. Yes. 179 says, subject to the provisions of this Constitution, the power to appoint persons to hold or to act in an office in the public services. In the public services. Now we are creating the office of National Security Coordinator. Is it in the public services? Is it a service? Because already we agreed that we're just creating an office. We didn't even want to create a National Security Service or anything. It's just an office that is being created. So it is not an ordinary service, such as you have in the police service, the prison service, the Ghana Health Service, and all the other services. The coordinator doesn't fall within that category. So you cannot even, in my opinion, subject him to 195 appointment. So I am minded to find favor with the proposal that, maybe there's some consultation with the National Security Council, because technically speaking, he's going to be working for them. So as a council, they could be consulted in appointing that person. Do we consult the Police Service Council when we are appointing the IGP? Do we consult the IGP? They consult the Council of State, but with the council, because the alternative proposal is that the consultation should be with the council. That's the alternative proposal, because I think that we don't fall under 195, but then the question is it the best arrangement to say that the council should be consulted by the president when he's appointing a coordinator? And what has been the prevailing practice anyway? What has been the prevailing practice? The president appoints. Yes, so he just appoints. So why are we even trying to? Why are we trying to restrict the president's powers of appointment? In this regard. So the coordinator is always appointed at the discretion of the president and removed at his discretion. So I believe that we should just say the president will appoint, case closed, and leave it. It's one of the areas where we should not fetter the powers of the president. That's my proposal.
So we should.
Well, honorable members, if you look at Article 70, under which we are seeking to do the appointment of the National Security Coordinator, you realize that all those listed here are independent in nature or independent constitutional bodies. Is the office of the National Security Coordinator also assuming that independent constitutional body in nature to warrant the appointment under Article 70? So we need to take a second look at it. I may want to defer, because in the law we are talking about the ministerial responsibility, meaning that the office of the National Security Coordinator is not an independent constitutional body. Therefore, if you subject the appointment under Article 70, it is connoting the independent nature of the institution, which by this law is not the case. So we need to be careful whether to use 195 or 70.
Mr. Speaker, I think that you are right. I think we should defer it, but there are two legs to this amendment. So if you defer it, then the next time you come, we'll look at the other leg. The other leg has to do with whether the person should be a serving officer or not a serving officer. So let's just defer it and consult, and then we'll come back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, in reality, there is nothing to defer. And let me clarify that, Mr. Speaker, when you made the point that the offices listed here are independent in nature, you were right. You see, so mention is made of the Commissioner Shraj, Auditor General, District Assemblies, Common Fund Administrator, Public Services Commission, Lands Commission. So if you now come down to the E, and what does the E say? It says, the holders of such other offices as may be prescribed by this Constitution or by any other law not inconsistent with this. Yes. By virtue of the list provided, can only be in the nature
by the use of ejusdem generis.
Absolutely.
By the use of ejusdem generis, such other offices must also be independent in nature, like independent constitutional bodies. So are we saying that the National Security Coordinator should also be independent? And if you look at it under Article 70, they all come under independent constitutional bodies, the Committee on Independent Constitutional Bodies. So would the National Security Coordinator also come under Committee of Independent Constitutional Bodies?
But Mr. Speaker, when the office itself was not created, there was no problem. President will just appoint a National Security Coordinator, who is an officer of the National Security Council. That was how the original act, and so it was easy to go under 195 and do it. Today we are creating an office. The question is, are we creating that office to go through the processes of the Public Services Commission? I'm coming. No, it's never been the case. They've never gone for interviews, nothing like that. So that's what. So So that's what I'm trying to say. That
yeah, you are right to that extent, because the proposed amendment, as in one, appears to be very novel. Yes.
And so, Mr. Speaker, the argument I sought to make in relation to 70E is that we can't interpret 70E to include the National Security Coordinator, because that office, by its nature, is not meant to be independent. It's not meant to be independent. Who is the chairman of the National Security Council? It is the president. And so a coordinator who merely coordinates the activities of the security and intelligence agencies is answerable to the president. Same cannot be said about the Auditor General or the Commissioner Shraj or the Lands Commission boss. And that is why I'm saying that in reality, there is nothing to defer here. This position is the same. It hasn't changed under Act 526. Under Act 526, clearly the appointment was done by the president in consultation with the council, and the council, Mr. Speaker, Minister, I'm on my feet.
We cannot say there are some things we cannot say publicly. So that's why I agreed with you that we should defer it, consult among ourselves. We can defer the information to you, and you look at it and think whether you still want to hold your position or not. I keep saying that, so just listen to the speaker. There are some things, Mr. Speaker, I won't say it publicly here. Leader knows, he won't say it. He knows, all of us know here, we won't say it publicly. That's why we want to avoid that particular situation, because there are some things that are happening that we think that we should avoid. That's why I agree with you that we should defer it. And then we'll consult. When we all sit together as MPs, we see whether we should proceed like that or we should stop. It's in your interest.
Yes, Chairperson, can we hear from you?
Right Honourable Speaker, would like to defer this particular amendment proposed.
Well, that is good, because I'm also aware of certain problems. The fight when the minister was created, a fight between the minister and then the National Security Coordinator. And then in view of Article 83, President is the chairman of the council, and every other person is under the president. I wonder if we can appoint a National Security Coordinator as an independent office under Article 70. That may be a bit problematic. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, you are right. But besides what you just mentioned, there are other things we have to look into. That is why, upon your advice, I agree with the chairperson that we defer and do further consultation.
Very well. For consideration of clause 14 is deferred, particularly owing to amendment II. IV. Clause 14. Chairperson is Minority Leader. Yes, you have the floor.
Speaker, with respect, clause 14, amendment proposed that the following new subclause be added. Speaker, a person shall not be appointed as a National Security Coordinator unless that person possesses not less than 10 years relevant professional experience. Speaker, the grounds for this amendment basically is that we want the office to carry with it the weight of professionalism and experience. We know how political power can be exercised to serve a certain political convenience. We don't want that to get into our national security architecture, where a person, by virtue of his or her industry in a party's rise to power, would want to use certain closeness with the president to say, this is what I want. Then the person will be given such appointment when no such experience is being brought on board. Mr. Speaker, I believe that in any serious establishment, this minimum qualification of 10 years would be in place, would be proper, in that the person would have gone through the mill in his his chosen profession, developed the resilience, the necessary experience, ability to manage situations, such that when given that office, we are sure that the person would know what is expected of him. And Mr. Speaker, I believe that 10 years of experience at least is a good threshold for any senior management position. Else, Mr. Speaker, we may be throwing this position out to anybody. A national security coordinator cannot just be anybody. Mr. Speaker, if we push the argument for the person to have that minimum experience, upon entering there, he earns even the respect of the officers who will serve under him. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the current National Security Coordinator, Mr. Speaker, although he's a COP, but if you look at his background, he's a lawyer, he served in the police service for over 15 years, Mr. Speaker, and he commands that respect among the officers who serve under him. Although somebody would argue that being a COP, there's an IGP who is above him. But, Mr. Speaker, that is inconsequential to the extent that per his CV, the necessary record is there to prove that he has that public service experience. The situation would have been different if the person had just 2 years or 3 years of post-qualification experience. Mr. Speaker, there would have been an uproar, but that uproar would have led to nothing because that is the pleasure of the president. We don't want situations where the National Security Coordinator would be an officer of convenience. The argument here is that even if there would be some level of convenience, it must be backed with some substance, because the office must not be toyed with. We're dealing with state security, we're dealing with the very survival of our democracy, we're dealing with, Mr. Speaker, matters that would even connect to our international security and foreign relations. Mr. Speaker, these are the underlying reasons for my proposal for us to introduce this minimum threshold by way of post-qualification experience. Mr. Speaker, I so submit.
It is now for the consideration of the floor. Before opening the floor, Minority Leader, your proposed amendment appears to be nebulous. Nebulous in the sense that if you say relevant professional experience, who determines the relevant professional experience? Relevant professional experience in what? So if somebody has spent 10 years in food security, which is also of national security, is the person qualified?
Speaker, it would have been better if you had asked me to clarify. If you use the language nebulous to describe what I have proposed, well, Mr. Speaker, I have a little issue with it, but I can let it slide.
The word nebulous is not an offensive.
I didn't say it is offensive, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I didn't use the word offensive.
Yes.
I said I have a difficulty with your description of my proposal as being nebulous.
Yes.
To the in your context,
yes.
You said I have said relevant professional experience. Mr.
Yes.
Speaker, what I am basically saying is that
yes.
whatever the person is bringing on board, that is why in my argument I use post-qualification experience. Mr. Speaker, national security is allied. I am not arguing that the person should have 10 years of security experience. No. You can be of any background. All I am saying is that whatever profession you are practicing, to qualify to this position, you should at least demonstrate that you have at least 10 years post-qualification experience. And Mr. Speaker, determining it is very simple. People put their CV on board, and if I say 10 years experience as a lawyer, you can only calculate from the day I was called to the bar and my various experience in practice. If the person is a chartered accountant and says 10 years, you look at the CV, what the person brings on board. If the person is a public servant, and you calculate from the day
maybe let me put it this way, you would understand me.
Very well, please.
All the categories that you are mentioning are professional in nature. In this case, we are not talking about 10 years working experience. You are talking about 10 years professional experience. So if you said a lawyer, it's easy to determine. A chartered accountant is easy to determine.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think to that extent, let me agree with you and, rather amend it from the professional experience to working experience. Mr. Speaker, I think that if we're talking about a minimum of 10 years working experience, but the language has always been professional experience. But if for this legislation, it is your thinking that making it working experience of 10 years minimum would meet the threshold instead of saying professional experience. Mr. Speaker, it's one and the same. It's just a matter of language use. I wouldn't mind to say so, but I think the mainstay of the argument here is that a person occupying that high office should not be that person who is merely appointed for the convenience of it. Mr. Speaker, as much as possible, we are trying to ensure professionalism in the institutional pillars that are helping grow our democracy. Mr. Speaker, if you may recall, there were earlier concerns about how district security coordinators, regional security coordinators are appointed. There is no regard to experience, background. Most of the regional security coordinators are party apparatchiks, and we know the kind of problems they give to our national security. Mr. Speaker, about a month ago, I gave my own experience where my pickup was coming from Winneba. and the national security, the regional coordinator, had instructed the pickup to be arrested. And he said, for national security reasons. I had to call the boss. He said his boss had instructed. When I called, he said nobody has sent it. So they had to order him to take the pickup back to Winneba. He didn't have any reason. He said they are just doing a check. This was some party matters that I don't want to talk about here, and would want to use, I know where the power lies, or I will some powers. So, Mr. Speaker, what I am basically saying is that even if you want to meet a certain partisan convenience, the person should also have that added professionalism, that added experience, that would give some weight, so that the person entering that office will carry some merit and respect, because there are career officers who are professionals. No president would want to just appoint anybody into that office as a head of our intelligence and security agents institution, and the person does not wield any respect or command any respect. Mr. Speaker, I just want to make this argument for the record.
Mr. Speaker, yes. I think he just answered himself. I listened to him, and in the end, he landed where I wanted him to land, which is that the president will not just appoint anyone as his national security coordinator.
You have regard.
The president will not just appoint anyone as his national security coordinator. So that is why we shouldn't attempt.
Dominic is our witness.
That is why we shouldn't try to fetter the president, because when we make such provisions, we underrate the intelligence of a president. We underrate the intelligence of a president. A president knows what kind of person he should appoint as his national security coordinator. So let us leave it to the president. Let him decide who he wants, what level of skills the person has. In a world where cybersecurity becomes the main issue, you may have a young person who doesn't have 10 years professional experience, who is a genius in IT, in cybersecurity. And the president may feel that this is the person who can do the job. So if you start imposing those age or years rigidities into appointments, there are many who are even advocating that we should reduce the number of years that somebody is qualified to be a presidential candidate. It's even in some recommendations that may come to this House. Now, even the MP, people say we should reduce it to 18. But you see, when you start saying that the person must have 10 years, then indirectly, you are imposing age restrictions. When is he going to finish university? When is he going to start that professional career? And then, ultimately do 10 years. You are pushing the age bracket to at least 45, 50. When a 30-year-old might just be qualified to do the job. But it's all something that I think is summed up in your own conclusion, that a president will not just appoint anyone as his coordinator. No. You won't just appoint anyone. So many factors. Your skills, your professional skills. 2, his trust. His trust. Because the role you'll be playing will be a very sensitive role. And unless the president actually trusts you, it will be difficult. And we've seen the fate of security coordinators when their president stopped trusting them. When their president stopped trusting them, that's the end of your job. So I think we should leave it this way and allow the president to decide who he wants to appoint as his coordinator.
Well, Minority Leader.
Well, Speaker, I agree with him on some aspects of his submissions, but he doesn't address the mainstay of my argument regarding the proposed amendment. But, Mr. Speaker, Hansard has already captured me. I don't need to belabor. You may have to put the question for the House to decide.
Well, honourable members, as
the minority leader is now asking us to define what is relevant professional experience. It may become a subject of another litigation. Yeah, working, it will still be interpreted. What does relevant working experience mean, Mr. Speaker? So we urge him to withdraw so we can.
Mr. Speaker, I don't find a compelling argument from the other side to warrant a withdrawal of my motion. I still hold a view that as important as that office is, some threshold, and some threshold must be introduced to guide the president. Mr. Speaker, an unchecked power can be abused. An unchecked power can be abused. There's a reason why consistently, when we have our own laws, we introduce some age limitation, we introduce some qualifications. The argument that the majority leader just made, we can also have a genius who is so smart, intelligent, that even at 25 he can become president. But the Constitution says minimum 40 years. We can have a smart person who at even age 12 can do things that 25-year-olds do. But the Constitution says 21 qualifies you to be a member of parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, that argument doesn't find favor with me, respectfully, to say that in this ICT age, you can have a genius who is so smart in AI or digital intelligence, and the president may want to keep him there. Yes, but the president would also have to be guided, apart from trust, must be guided by the nature of the office. Mr. Speaker, why is it that we don't just appoint anybody as a foreign minister? Why is it that in all the UN or diplomatic appointment, when it gets to appointing somebody as Ghana's representative to the UN in, say, Geneva, we are careful who goes to Geneva as our representative, and not just about somebody who represents us in a country as our ambassador. So, Mr. Speaker, we are careful depending on which portfolio we are giving to who. I believe that introducing this minimum qualification suffices in the circumstance, but let us leave it to the floor to decide. I'm unable to withdraw. I thank you, sir.
Honourable members, we've been living with Act 526, and then we moved to Act 1030. But these requirements are not part of our laws. No, we need to understand, has the current positions brought about some problems that will necessitate the amendment? Well, you don't intend to answer my question, but you want me to put a question on your proposed amendment. I will do so. I'm putting the question on the amendment proposed by Alexander Afanyo-Markins. As in V, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The answer is obvious, the noes have it. So I will not put a question on the entire clause 14 because some aspect has been deferred. We then move to clause 15.
Functions of the National Security Coordinator.
Chairperson of the committee.
Speaker, before the chairperson moves the next amendment, the Speaker, I believe that this proposal which got defeated by the House is one that goes to the heart of policy. It's a reason why I want to encourage majority leader to ensure that the sector minister is present in the next, in the next, consideration, Mr. Speaker.
Let him finish.
Let me finish. Let me finish. Mr. Speaker, let me finish. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the Attorney General, when we're doing the legal education bill, most cases, we didn't find him here. Mr. Speaker, I don't want us to encourage our ministers to stay out of this chamber when their bills are being taken. They must find time to be with us, especially on policy. Mr. Speaker, what I just proposed goes to the heart of policy. If the minister were to be here, he would have made the matter easy. I know that there are times that the minister can be out of this house, so that we do it on his behalf. But where is the deputy minister? Mr. Speaker, where is the deputy minister? If an emergency are taking the minister out of the chamber, at least the deputy minister should be here. The deputy minister should be here. So, Mr. Speaker, I will not belabor, but I will not belabor, but I think it is important. It is important that our ministers are made to understand that once they introduce a public business into this house, they themselves must find time out of their busy schedule to be here so they can honor industry.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
Unfortunately, the minority leader just joined. Speaker, if you were watching, you would have known that the Honorable Minister for the Interior, responsible for national security, was right here. In fact, you should know that today is Monday, and we are doing this because of his position that it ought to be done. But there is an emergency. I'm sure it's all over the news. So it took him off the floor, himself and the deputy. So they are turning to that matter. And so yes. He's been here all day. Jerry, you have been manning the floor. So when the leader is up and going after the ministers of state, it's not fair. You are going after him. It's not fair. Yeah, it is wrong because you ought to have known that the man was here. It was a helicopter crash just a while ago that took him to go and see to it. So don't do that. Don't go after him unnecessarily. It's not fair. Mr. Speaker, on that note, let's make progress with the
Speaker, with respect.
Minority leader.
No, Speaker, with respect. Because records have captured him. Records have captured him. It's important that I respond. Mr. Speaker, this blackmail will not have any impact on me. The point is, ministers would have to be present. If there are exceptional circumstances, so be it, but the deputy must be here. It's not about going after the minister. In any event, is there anything wrong with the minority going after ministers? There's no problem. That is part of politics, to go after them so that they will sit up. That's our job. That's our job. Going after them is no problem. And we'll shy away from it. If you go after them, they will sit up and do the work well. So there's no problem. That's why we are here. We are here to go after them, including you. So you do your work well and ensure the welfare of this house. If we don't go after you as a chief whip, this house will not enjoy the peace and comfort. So I'll go after you. Look at your back. Empty seat. Look at your back. Look at your back. If I don't go after you, you won't call a caucus meeting and make them happy. A lot of them are not happy. You will call for a caucus meeting and ginger them up. So I must go after you so that the majority leader will not be too comfortable. He must not be sitting in this chamber going to the presidency and ensure the happiness of the house. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm not shying away. I will go after all of you.
so that this house can know it peace. Members are not properly constituted. If you don't know, I'm telling you.
Can you hear?
You see your members, they are happy. Are you happy? You see your back. Are you happy? Mr. Speaker, they are very happy. They are happy, very happy. I'm talking for them. Chief Whip, what is okay? If I do that, you call for a caucus meeting. The ministers will come here, they will be busy picking phone calls. But when we go after them, they will take care of members of parliament. Make sure that there are projects in our constituencies. Yes, of course, you take care of their constituency matters, not personal matters. Mr. Speaker, I've clarified. But you should know, you've been a backbencher before, Sam George. So you know the interests of members of parliament, that there are projects in their constituency. And if we don't make you sit up, you ignore them.
Honorable members, with all due respect, sometimes we should be careful the kind of injury that we inflict on ourselves as members of parliament. You see, if you look at Standing Order 156 to 179, which deals with consideration of a bill, nowhere is reference made to the minister. Now, if you also look at Article 93(2), it says, subject to the provisions of this Constitution, the legislative power of Ghana shall be vested in Parliament and shall be exercised in accordance with this Constitution, not exercised in accordance with the presence of any minister. So why are we always doing this to ourselves, that because the sector minister is not available, we cannot consider a bill? There is also an understanding that we can make the law the way we want it to be, but as for policy, we don't have the authority to change. So to say that this is a matter of policy, what you are proposing is a matter of policy and the minister will have to be here, can also, with all due respect, not be the correct position of what we should be doing. We are to do amendment to the law. So to say that you are proposing a policy at a stage where we are doing a consideration of a bill, for me, with all due respect, this cannot be this thing. So let's make progress to clause 15. Chairperson, you may move V.
Clause 15, amendment proposed. Paragraph D, line 2, before intelligence, insert security and.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any further amendment? In the absence of any further amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment by the chairperson of the committee say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes? VI, chairperson of the committee.
Right Honourable Speaker, we wish to abandon this proposal for the appointment of a Deputy National Security Coordinator so that it's left to the discretion of the appointing authority as opposed to legislating it into.
Very well. It is for the consideration of the House. The amendment is accordingly abandoned. Then I'll put a question on the entire clause 15. As many as are in favor of clause 15 standing part of the bill as amended, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 15 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 16.
Staff of the Office of the National Security Coordinator.
Yes, Chairperson of the committee.
Right Honorable Speaker, amendment proposed, subclause 1, line 1, delete clause 1 off, and in line 2 after appoint, delete any.
All members, the proposal is for the consideration of the House. I'll put a question. Those in favor of the chairperson's amendment, say aye. Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, VIII.
Right Honorable Speaker, given that this particular clause is aligned to the issue raised in clause 4, which is the President may, in accordance with clause 2 of Article 195 of the Constitution, delegate the power of appointment under this section. I think we would like to stand this down until we've actually discussed clause 14 in detail. If that's
very well, it's understandable. Then I will also defer the entire clause 16 as well. Now, IX. Please move the amendment in IX.
Right Honorable Speaker, new clause amendment proposed, transpose clauses 12 and 13 before clause 17 as follows. Composition of intelligence agencies. The intelligence agencies in this act comprise the internal intelligence agency existing immediately before the coming into force
That
of this.
is as advertised.
That's correct, as advertised, yes, Mr. Speaker. And the governing body of the intelligence agencies also as advertised.
Yes, it's for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any further amendment? The proposed amendment before clause 17. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now, clause X. Clause X. X in clause 17. Chairperson of the committee.
Functions of internal and external intelligence agencies.
Yes, this one is standing in the name of Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah.
Mr. Speaker, I crave your indulgence to stand in for the Honorable Kojo Opon.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, clause 17, as captured in the bill, we have two agencies. We have the NIB responsible for the interior, for the internal collating of intelligence and analyzing same. And then we have the research department, which is responsible for external. But if you look at 17 as captured, it is all boxed in one. And so it is difficult to really distinguish which agency is responsible for either the internal or the external. And so we propose that we look at what we have under Act 1030, where we have specific functions under each of the agencies, i.e. NIB and Research Department. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, it is for the consideration of the House.
Mr. Speaker, what I've seen that they've done is to really replicate the functions from 1030 into this one by delineating those rules as what is performed by the the internal intelligence agencies vis-a-vis the rules meant for the functions meant for the external intelligence agencies. So it enhances the legislation, in my view. So I don't think it's fatal. We can take it.
Yes, Chairperson of the committee.
Right Honourable Speaker, I think that perhaps being too detailed with regards to the internal and external agencies might be in a way limiting, whereas if we leave the broad-based functions, it gives a little bit more room, because sometimes there's a bit of a crossover between the two, and to delineate it exactly may create a bit of an issue, I think, if we actually specify it into law. The 526 was a bit broad, and it put the two together. The memo that, well, the amendment that came with the bill that came to the committee blended the two and expanded slightly. I'm not quite sure whether we really want to separate the two as is in 1030 or to leave it more broad-based as it is.
Yes.
I wanted to.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, in practical terms, the way they work, it is important that the bill specifies the rules for each of them. You all know that where the external intelligence agencies operate. You all know where it is operating. It's not for me to state here. There's a reason why it operates there, even though it is where it is under this particular agency, National Security Council, but it operates under a certain ministry for obvious reasons. And the internal agency operates within Ghana, and we all know where it operates, with distinct heads and duties and functions. And it's for that reason that under 1030, we needed to specify, just like the Bureau of Communication Authority, we needed to specify that this is what they're supposed to do. The external agency, this is what they're supposed to do. Internal agency, this is what they're supposed to do. There is nothing wrong, or there's nothing that bars them from operating if they need to communicate and operate one another. The difficulty is, if we oversimplify the way we have brought it, there will be a big problem, because they will clash and they will not know their defined rules. And I can tell you that when they go and they want to do their defined rules, they will have problems. So if you ask them in practical terms which of them they will prefer, they will tell you that when their rules were simplified, specified, it was very easy for them to really work. So the agency has knew that, look, so if you go to the BNI or NIB, the agency knew that this is what you're supposed to do. If you go to research, the research department knows that this is what you're supposed to do. If you go to the communication one, they know that this is what they're supposed to do. But there's nothing wrong if they interact. And they always interact because they are security agencies and they interact. The police intelligence know that this is what they're supposed to do, and their roles are specified. The defense intelligence know what they're supposed to do, and their roles are specified. So I think that we should allow the amendment to go through. The chairperson should support this amendment. It enhances her work. It enhances the bill itself, so that clearly each of the agencies know specifically what they are supposed to do and what they need to do. But the way they just put it, if you are not, what it is, if you are not very careful, it's as if they are supposed to do the same work, but they do totally different functions. They do totally different functions by the nature of what they do and where they are placed. And for that reason, I would say that we should support the amendment and allow us to take the 1030, what is in the 1030, and put it here. It just helps us. Otherwise, we'll come back again to make an amendment again, because when they start working, there'll be duplication of functions. Then they'll start having problems as to who's supposed to do this, who's not supposed to do this, and they'll have problems. And two, if you are not having a very cooperating Minister for Foreign Affairs, you have a problem if you want to use this.
So
I
you
would
are mentioning Act 1030. Guide us from the perspective of the Act 1030, because I see Section 14 of 1030, functions of the National Security Intelligence Agency. They have not splitted it into internal and external.
Mr. Speaker, so here we have the functions of the Internal Intelligence Agency, which consists of briefing the President.
Which clause?
It's there.
In Act
Section
1030.
14.
Okay.
Yes. So 14.1 specifically talks about the internal intelligence agency shall
Yes.
And it goes on and on. When you come down to 2 talks about the external intelligence agency, and the functions are spelled out.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, I think this approach is better. Once there is that distinction between internal and external, the functions cannot be the same. And so, I mean, in drafting, we need to be very specific. Let us be informed as to what constitutes the functions of the Internal Security Agency vis-a-vis the specific functions of the External Intelligence Agency in order to avoid conflict.
Yes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, on the surface of it, and listening to the former Defence Minister and the Chief Whip, Majority Chief Whip, it makes very convincing listening the delineation of the roles to avoid a possible turf war. However, I have a bit of a reservation when it comes to the extent of delineation that we see in the proposal. For example, do we need to put in a legislation that our external intelligence agency will conduct due diligence on foreign entities and high-profile personalities? I think that some of the details in here are already intrinsic in their role. And so even if we would delineate it, specifying and going into the minutiae of their daily operations in legislation is where I am a bit uncomfortable. And I think that if it's possible, the delineation is good, but let's find a way of keeping it within certain broad strokes that still leave a certain room for maneuverability for the heads of agencies. Again, because, and the chairman just passed a comment here, the threat profile may change in another 2 years. And you have spelled out specific roles and things that internal intelligence must do and external intelligence must do. Would you then come back to this house to redefine the threat profile every time it changes? So I think we can do the delineation, but let us not go into too much of the detail. So if it is possible for the committee to go back and look at this and find a middle ground, from Kojo, but if the minister and Kojo could have that conversation to find a middle ground, I think that would do us better good, Mr. Speaker.
Well, honorable members, in the circumstances, I intend to defer clause 17 for further consideration.
Mr. Speaker, I will not argue with you. But just to add that if for some reason I'm not at the windowing stage or consultation stage, always add a clause for security reasons or security matters that any other duty assigned by the head, always make sure that that clause is added. So that whether is there already, good. So once there's a new threat, there's something new, they will assign them. But I say that there are some things that if you don't make it explicit, they will not do it. There were good reasons why this particular clause you mentioned was put inside. Take it from me. There were good reasons. Otherwise, they will not do it. And I'll leave it there. Go after you, the minister, who travels there, and then they will reporting on you. You sitting down here.
Yes. Any indication?
Speaker, may we have it stood down so that we can, the prayer is that we do 10 clauses. So once we stand this down, we take 18, 19, and we close at 20, Mr. Speaker.
Clause 18.
18.
Clause 18.
Yeah, busy.
Right Honourable Speaker. Amendment proposed. Subclause 1, delete and insert as following. The President shall, in accordance with Article 195 of the Constitution, appoint a Director General as head of each of the intelligence agencies.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 18, as amended, is proposed to stand part of the bill. Clause 18, XII. Chairperson of the committee. Oh, that one is in the name of Alexander Afenyo-Markins. Yes.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, I think, Speaker.
So we take it to be consequential.
Yes, the
Very
argument.
Well. Yes.
The argument remains same.
Yeah, very well, very well. So I'll put a question on entire clause 18. As many as are in favor of clause 18 as amended.
I mean, the argument remains same for. I'm not abandoning.
I should still put the question.
Yes, on my yes. I'm saying the argument remains same. So you put the question. Oh, just for the record.
You say aye. Mr.
Honourable members, that was of the view that once we put a question and it was defeated, we don't repeat it again. But if the sense of the House is that I should repeat the question, I have no option. So I will I will put a question on the proposed amendment by Honourable Rosahin Alexander Kwamina Afenyo-Markins. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The amendment is not carried. I'll put a question on the entire clause 18. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those in favor of clause 18 standing part of the bill say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 18 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Normally, when you are putting a question, you put the question so direct. On this occasion, you deliberately mention my name and then emphasize, Mr. Speaker, to draw attention to the people.
Well, Honourable
those who oppose me, to draw your attention.
By practice, mostly the amendments are in the name of the chairperson of the committee. But when there is an amendment standing in the name of individual member of parliament, you would have to emphasize that this is an amendment in favor of this member of parliament before you put the question. Oh, you said I'm not good.
Well, for all you know, I have voted for you. Have you forgotten I have a voting right? Honorable Osahin, have you forgotten I have a voting right? But on this occasion, when it is a voice vote, how am I going to vote? I'm also going to shout.
Functions of Directors General.
Yes, Chairperson of the committee.
Amendment proposed, paragraph C, line 1, after political, insert party.
Honorable members, the chairperson's amendment or the committee's amendment is for your consideration. Any further amendment? Say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment to clause 19 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, XV 19. Honorable Alexander Afanyo Markins. XV. Okay, Afanyo Markins. Sorry.
Speaker, after paragraph E, insert the following new subclause. F, issue and enforce a code of conduct on political neutrality and professional ethics. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Yes, the amendment is for the consideration of the House. I'll put a question. Those in favor say aye. Very well. You want to debate it? Yes. I didn't see you on your feet early.
Mr. Speaker, the minority leader has not in any way justified why there is the need for us to insert the proposed amendment after the clause 19E. There has to be some justification. We are talking about the enforcement of a code of conduct on political neutrality and professional ethics. Mr. Speaker, first of all, how can an appointee of the president be the one to enforce political neutrality? How? I don't see how that is practicable. So let the minority leader explain why he thinks it is the responsibility of the directors general to perform the function he wants to ascribe to them. Then we can proceed from there, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, if you come to 19, the 19 deals with functions of directors general. And Mr. Speaker, it talks about the A, efficient and responsible performance of the functions of internal and external agency of which the Director General is the head. Mr. Speaker, if you go to B, it talks about controlling and administering. Mr. Speaker, even the C, there is political neutrality of the internal or external intelligence agencies of which the Director General is the head. Is there in the C? Mr. Speaker, then the D talks about internal grievance procedure. So, Mr. Speaker, these are administrative functions. What I am adding is the professional ethics and the political neutrality. Mr. Speaker, because the political neutrality is mentioned, I can abandon the political neutrality because It's already there. And then deal with the professional ethics. Mr. Speaker, isn't it right, as part of the functions for the Director General of a unit under the national security architecture to ensure that officers who work under him act within the scope of professional ethics and the etiquette of the profession, that they should be left ajar? Mr. Speaker, it's already in there and it's supposed to guide. No, because I'm saying that because the professional neutrality is already there in C, I'm ready to abandon that, the political neutrality, and just, Mr. Speaker, you can rise for the records and speak for the amendment so that, I mean, and I'm okay. I'm not opposed to you further amending my amendment.
Is C not addressing your concern?
That's why we are amending. We are agreeing to take away the political neutrality and then focus on professional ethics. Mr. Speaker, you hear him. So,
yes.
Sure. Yes, Mr. Speaker, the clarification. Yes. They makes it imperative for me to suggest that the minority leader deletes from his proposed amendment the phrase political neutrality, since that is already catered for under C, so that we'll now have issue and enforce a code of conduct on professional ethics. That's fine.
So, won't it be better if you say shall pursue and ensure political neutrality and professional ethics of the internal or external intelligence agencies of which the Director General is the head?
Mr. Speaker,
so you amend the C
Speaker,
to introduce professional ethics.
So we put it there.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I don't mind. We don't. Mr.
So
Speaker, I don't
then
mind.
adopt the proposed amendment and let's make progress.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, without more, I adopt the rendition as provided by you which
you are causing
says
trouble
that,
for me. I'm not supposed to provide rendition.
Mr. Speaker, that's fine. So, Mr. Speaker, that C be further amended, to read that shall pursue and ensure political neutrality. No, political party neutrality and professional ethics
of the
internal or external intelligence agency of which the Director General is the head. Mr. Speaker, I
I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. All members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment in favor of Honorable Osahin Alexander Penyo Makin is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now, I'll put a question on the entire clause 19 as variously amended. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. All members, the ayes have it. Clause 19 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 20.
Appointment of other staff and employees of internal and external intelligence agencies.
Chairperson of the committee.
Right Honorable Speaker, the amendment proposed is for subclause 1, line 1, delete clause 1 off. I beg your pardon. Hold on. Yeah. Clause 1 off, yes. And, yes, sorry. So, XVI, sorry. Amendment proposed, subclause 1, line 1, delete clause 1 off, and then in line 2, delete any. So the new rendition would be, the President shall, in Accord 95 of the Constitution, appoint other staff and employees required for the effective performance of the functions of the internal and external agencies. I so move.
Other staff cannot be appointed. Yes.
Speaker, I have a problem with that rendition. I don't want to proceed on any presumption. Normally, when we couch such phrases, we make reference to other public service or the president appointing other persons from the public service. So, like when the OSP, the Office of the Special Prosecutor, was established, some officers from Customs, from NIB itself, were appointed. Some police officers were appointed. But, Mr. Speaker, this rendition doesn't address that. If you say the president shall appoint other staff and employees required, other staff from where? Well, Mr. Speaker, maybe let's go to
23.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, yes, the 23 says other public officers may be seconded or transferred to any of the internal and external intelligence agencies. I repeat it. Other public officers may be seconded or transferred to any of the internal or external intelligence agencies.
So
Mr.
your
Speaker,
question is,
that
you
does
are
not
saying
answer
these other staff from where?
Yes, but Mr. Speaker, it doesn't answer my question. It doesn't. You see, the 3 deals with secondment.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, secondment is different from appointment. I submit respectfully.
In all the laws that we have passed, do we indicate the place of where the people are taken from?
No, Mr. Speaker. You see, we are talking about 2 things in one. First, we are talking about appointment for that office, which perhaps may emanate from an advert, interview, leading to an eventual appointment. Then the president is given that discretion to appoint other staff from within the public service. But I'm saying that the way the phrase is, it doesn't connect it to public service. Mr. Speaker, let's look at 195. Mr. Speaker, you took my constitution? Mr. Speaker, the 195 talks about the power to appoint and the necessary constitutional imperative. But, Mr. Speaker, it does not address the missing language here. So, Mr. Speaker, perhaps to other public office. Mr. Speaker, let me read it again so that I, fill it in. Because in 3, it's been properly captured under secondment.
Then let me put the question on the chairperson's amendment so that you can propose an amendment.
To that?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I thought like the way we did mine.
To what you are saying, so that it can be clear.
Oh, very well. Mr.
Yes.
Speaker, very well.
So I'm putting the question on the amendment proposed by the chairperson of the committee. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The proposed amendment is carried. Yes.
Speaker.
Yeah.
I move that line 2 of clause 1 we insert from the public service after employees. Mr. Speaker, so the new rendition shall read.
Honorable Minority Leader, don't you think your amendment will be too dangerous?
Oh, Mr. Speaker,
too dangerous in the sense that it will mean that if the person is not already in the public service, he cannot be appointed as another staff.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully.
Okay.
Just bear with me, you would get to understand.
Well, I'm trying to bear with you.
Mr. Speaker, whenever we have used the word other staff, reference has been made to public service. Mr. Speaker, you can check with all the laws. The OSP,
is that how it is?
All the laws where we have made provision for appointment of other staff. Because, Mr. Speaker, if you don't specify, then where are you going to bring the other staff? Why is it that in the
you see
23,
the Director General is specifically appointed. Now, the 20 is saying that there may be the need to appoint other staff of that department. So the other staff may be appointed in accordance with the Public Service Act, but the people need not be public servants. If you are talking about already public servants, then you are talking about secondment, and the secondment is taken care of by 23. Those already in public service, they will go on secondment, but the appointment of the other staff need not necessarily be those who are already working in public service. Honorable members, I was on the floor before giving the floor to the MD. If you look at Act 526 and 1030, specifically 1030, it is clause section 17. It said the president shall, in accordance with Article 195 of the Constitution, appoint any other staff and employee required for the efficient and effective performance of the functions of the intelligence agencies. It's rather 2 that says that other public officers may be seconded or transferred to any other intelligence agency. So it's like it's a repetition of what is in 1030. So I don't know any other bill that specifies where other staff should be appointed from. Let me hear the majority leader, then I can come to you.
Minority leader, I think there's absolutely nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with this. Okay, safe land. Okay, we'll let you safe land. Oh, I shouldn't say it in the mic. Oh, I'm not gonna. Oh, please, I didn't realize that. Okay, it's on.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, when the majority leader does some of these things, and I do him small, then you say, me, I've done something. Put the mic off so that we solve the problem. You deliberately kept the mic on. Speaker, I rest my case.
Very well, we move to propose amendment XVII. Chairperson of the committee.
Right, Honorable Speaker. XVII, amendment proposed, subclause 2, delete.
Our members, the proposal is to delete the proposed amendment. So accordingly, the proposed amendment, very well, it's for the consideration of the House. The proposal is to delete clause 20, sub clause 2. The reason is that within Article 195, the Article 195(2) already has taken care of that. So I'll put a question on entire clause 20. Those in favor of clause 20 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 20 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 21. Yes?
Speaker, we had agreed that we'll end up at clause 20.
Very well.
Speaker, you yourself, it's been a long day. So
Please, I have the energy to continue. let's end it up at clause 30.
At 30?
The proposal is to end it up at clause 30.
Speaker, very well.
I realize that you are rather tired. You cannot even respond to questions put. So say so. Don't use me as an excuse.
Speaker, so it is 30.
Very well.
And the minority leader is in agreement.
Yes. Clause 21.
Investigation of complaints.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
yes,
the leadership engaged extensively, Mr. Speaker, and also gauge the mood of the House.
Except that your engagement are always minus me.
That is so. That was the mistake we made. Mr. Speaker, that was a great error on the face of the record. So, Mr. Speaker, we would plead with you that Mr. Speaker, you bear with us. We should have engaged you for your consent that we're ending at 20 so that some other parliamentary duties are discharged outside of this chamber. Mr. Speaker, so please bear with us. Please bear with us, Mr. Speaker. Bear with us, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, it's 6:07 p.m. We started around 12.
We've done more than 5 hours.
More than 5 hours, Mr. Speaker.
So
we are entirely in your
order
hands.
56-2.
Yes.
Yes.
Speaker, when it comes to the rules, we know how faithfully you apply the rules. Mr. Speaker, this is the People's Chamber, so we know sometimes you are flexible. Speaker, we on this side of the House would want to thank you for you've been alone in the chair guiding this whole process. We want to thank you. Mr. Speaker, whilst we leave this chamber this evening with the expectation of God granting us life for tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, we want to present something through the majority chief whip to government that students on scholarship at Birmingham University, UK, their fees have not been paid. The immigration authorities in the UK is threatening to deport them. They've been given 1 week to come back home. We would want to plead with you that if you can draw the attention of Scholarship Secretariat to remit their fees, because, Mr. Speaker, the UK government has some strict procedure, and they have been crying. They sent a petition to us, and I'll give you a copy. Mr. Speaker, the second thing has to do with the
recruitment exercise. We've seen a statement issued by the Minister for Government Communication talking about an increase in the number from 5,000 to 10,000 every year. Mr. Speaker, that does not address the core concerns. Mr. Speaker, we want you, the Chief Whip, you gave your word last week that our respected colleague, the Minister of Interior, will come and brief this House. Mr. Speaker, we don't want this to be treated the way they treated the cocoa haircut, where the Finance Minister announced a haircut at his ministry. The people's representatives must be properly briefed, especially when this recruitment has to do with our own constituents. The Minister for Government Communications, a spokesperson to the President, he is himself a member of Parliament. I watched his interview where he spoke about his own frustration that there was a time that he had to take 500 Ghana cedis from his wife to pay for bills because they are taking all his money. Mr. Speaker, I talked about my experience once where there was no fuel in my car from Winneba to Accra because I shared everything. And my driver told me that there was no fuel in the car and my pocket was empty. Mr. Speaker, this recruitment thing, we shouldn't take it for granted. Mr. Speaker, it is not enough to have meetings at Jubilee. The minister must brief us. The concerns are so that.
Kindly conclude.
Mr. Speaker, I'm concluding. The government chief whip gave his word. The issues have not been addressed. People have been asked, 200,000 people being asked to go and do medicals, paying 1,600 per medical test. Mr. Speaker, even the new communication says it's been increased to 10,000, which means that even if 20%, the 40,000 for 4 years, I've read it, 40,000 for 4 years, meaning every year 10,000. No. It says 10 each year. I've read the full statement. Let's get serious. Mr. Speaker.
You see.
Mr. Speaker, I will conclude, but please let me land safely.
Hear me out. I thought you want to speak on the bill. The maze is still tilted.
Oh, very well, Mr. Speaker, I agree with you. You are a man of procedure. Mr. Speaker, the maze should be straightened so
we
that
have come to the end of consideration stage of the Securities and Intelligence Bill. So, Minority Leader, in conclusion.
You said no sharing.
Yes, we did. Mr. Speaker, with respect. Mr. Speaker, with respect. My humble plea is that the government chief whip must be a man of his words. And we know him to be a man of his words. He gave his word to this House that our respected colleague, the Minister of Interior, with additional responsibility on national security matters, will come and brief this House. Speaker, this afternoon we have seen a statement issued by the Minister responsible for government communications, talking about a meeting at Jubilee, where Mr. President has directed that the recruitment, the threshold should be increased to 40,000 for 4 years, meaning each year is 10,000. Now, Mr. Speaker, what that means is that the 200,000 that the minister announced that they've qualified for medicals, even if 20% should pass medicals, we would have had 180,000 would have paid 1,600 Ghana cedis. 105, very well, Mr. Speaker, I stand to be corrected. So even if 20% of the 105 who have qualified for medical should pass,
Honorable
it means that you will have 80, yes.
In view of the fact that you have made this submission on the floor today,
Yes.
I'm not comfortable
Very well.
for you using the platform to rehash.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
I
I'm not
think,
rehashing. Bear with me. Mr. Speaker, because there's an intervening matter,
we have
there's
indulged
a statement that has just been issued, but I'll rest my case,
yes,
Mr.
we
Speaker.
have indulged
I won't
you
press it. Let me
so
conclude.
much, yes.
Mr. Speaker, the Chief Whip must get the minister to come and brief the House. The concerns are still there. I rest my case.
Yes, majority.
Speaker, number one, the petition supposedly from the students in Birmingham University. You know the rules. You know how petitions are submitted. Once you engage the House, we'll deal with it. That's number one. Number two, let me praise the President for, as a listening man, who, in view of the huge numbers, has directed that the intake be doubled. At least it's such a huge comfort for the teeming young Ghanaian men who are desirous of serving in uniform. That is how a listening government operates. So, Mr. Speaker, we want to thank the President for making that decision. And I believe that, Mr. Speaker, please, the decision that instead of recruiting 5,000 for this year, 10,000 be recruited or more. The financial clearance.
Honorable members, we need to call it a day. So let's listen to each other.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. So we will praise the President. This House, we are grateful to him. As the elected representatives of the people, this House is grateful to His Excellency the President for increasing the intake for last year. He has also increased the intake for this year, and has also directed that the intake for 2027 be also increased, and 2028 doubled.
Honorable Jerry Ameshai, it is not done.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Number 3, there was no cocoa haircut. You are attempting to indicate that there was a haircut. There was no haircut. You can steal that slogan into your diction, but it won't work. There was no haircut. Speaker, number 4, let me, on a very solemn note, extend condolences to the family of the 2 passengers on board the private helicopter that crashed a short while ago in Tema. That was what took the minister responsible for the interior from this floor, and it's become a major issue. So we want to extend our condolences to the 2 persons on board. It was such a tragic accident. Speaker, on this note, we will take steps to ensure that the minister responsible for the interior comes to brief the House on the recruitment matters and any other related matter that the House is interested in. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Honourable member is being fortified by Standing Order 56-2. I will proceed to adjourn the House. The House is accordingly adjourned till Tuesday, the 17th day of March 2026 at, honourable members, are we meeting at 12 or 2 o'clock?
Speaker, midday is better.
Midday, at
midday.
12 o'clock.
12 noon.
At 12 o'clock noon. 12 o'clock noon.